And hello, everybody. Hello.
Hello.
It occurred to me that shit might have gotten really fucked up because power cut out a couple times over the weekend, but it looks like everything's fine. So, we're Hard Night Dice, as per usual, with another session of our Ghost Saltmarsh campaign. And I am Ian, your dungeon master for this campaign. Do not be fooled by the glasses, still the same person. Hope everybody's having a good one. But, these gentlemen around me are your players, your dastardly ne'er-do-wells, your heroes, your main characters of the story. But yeah. So, before we get going, I'm going to cough, and then I'm also going to point you out to the link that is on in the chat right now, because we are still raising money for the International Medical Corps, who are doing things to help people on both the physical and mental health front over in the Ukraine. So, it's a good cause. I encourage you to click on that, donate what you can, because doing good things feel real nice, and also does good things for people. So, do that. I don't think I got any more announcements unless anybody else got something they want to say. Yes, no, maybe so. 99, 100. Alright. Fuck you then. Last week on the Gotham, our brave heroes were nearing their final destination, nearing the island of the Doctor, who had made Julian the way he is now and currently is in possession of his brother, among other folks. But yeah, they were traveling. Julian had stabbed the fuck out of Jakob at the end of the session before that. So they were still kind of coming to grips with that, as he seemed to have lost some kind of control over himself, being controlled by his patron, perhaps.
Because that's not scary or anything.
Be like that sometimes. But
didn't expect the fucking crunch in the middle.
Crunch. Sorry. I went to sip some water and just, like, a bunch of chips of ice just went right in my mouth. There wasn't much I could do about it. Anyway, Julian, in an attempt to perhaps at least partially appease his patron, set off into the ocean that next morning, searching for some kind of prey that would be, satisfactory. Finding a very big shark that got its absolute shit clapped in relatively short order after some searching. However, while that was happening, the rest of the party were set upon by some water elementals there on the ship. Beating up on some of the crew members, but Bart doing his best to keep any of them from dying, keeping them healed up. A little bit of damage dealt to the party, but overall emerging victorious, not being slowed up too terribly much. Julian returning after the fact with fins of the shark as his spoils of hunt, and be like, hey man, what happened? What's wrong with you guys? Why is everybody so wet?
Just gotta make him out as like a total fucking Dumbo. Hey, what's going on? Why is your deck so wet?
Anyway, no serious harm coming to anybody, and getting some sleep that night. The next day, asking for old Captain Denialin to push a little bit into the night to get them to the island sooner. As they figured, the sooner the better. As long as they arrive somewhere within the time frame, then it wouldn't raise too many suspicions. And we ended off the session with you guys by moonlight, seeing the island in the distance as the crew lowered the one rowboat aboard into the water that was going to take you guys onto the island proper. So, gentlemen, it is nighttime. You guys are long rested up, at least until sometime like tomorrow morning. You guys have a good chunk of time before you would hit that point where you would be exhausted. Presumably, Gloob's all nice and moist for the next 24 hours.
Gloob's lubed up and ready to fight.
Lubed up Gloob, they got it.
I'm just imagining him over there with one of those like little spritz bottles, and every 10 minutes he's like.
He's got one of the little mister things that people carry around at like parks and things. Yeah, perfect.
Isn't that just the decanter of endless water?
Yeah, you just put a fan on the front of it, and it just sprays through the fan.
Nozzle on
Yeah.
the decanter. Just...
I imagine you could just kind of put a colander on it or something like that.
There you go.
Perfect.
Jesus. Anyway. So you guys are ushered into the rowboat, unless anybody has any objections.
I will point at someone. Closest person.
What?
Take care of my fucking bird.
You're leaving me?
Yeah.
Just looks up. Roll a persuasion check. Is looking down the stairs at Melvin down there, chilling.
Pretty good. Persuasion?
Yeah.
21.
Oh. Yeah, all right. Just looks down at Melvin. Melvin releases a string of expletives.
I'll be back soon. Awesome.
All right. So Melvin is safely stowed aboard the Sea Sparrow. All right. Anybody else have any last minute things they're wanting to do before y'all are loaded up?
I'm going to precariously saddle myself into Brila, and just depending on how long the rowing is for us, since I imagine it's not like going to be like a 30-second fair. While we're in the boat, I'll go ahead and cast a water walk on us.
Yeah, y'all are like a little ways out, but you can like see the island and things, and you figure even as dark as it is, even if somebody had particularly good eyesight, maybe they might be able to make out the boat, if not like details on it. But yeah, y'all probably be on the boat, that rowboat, for a few handful, like 10 to 15 minutes at least.
Were we going to do any kind of disguises?
That is up to you guys.
I have my mask that we carved, so I will be wearing that.
Which would obscure a lot of his more sharky features.
Immediately recognizable.
Fishy features.
Soap smells fishy. It's you.
Either before we get... How far out are we?
Like, distance-wise?
Yes.
Several hundred feet, at least. Probably like 500 or so feet away from the shoreline.
Oh, bet. I am going to...
Like, it's in the middle of the night. There's a lot of moonlight, but probably still hard to make out this vessel, so you guys, there's, plausible deniability as to where maybe you guys came from.
We are going to go ahead and, like we had discussed in our earlier planning, get those little fishies summoned up to look for entrances or features on the below waterline and or lurking threats.
Okay. So you're just summing up a bunch of fish?
Yeah, all three of them are going to be the whatever they're fucking called, the carnivorous fish. They're basically fucking
Piranhas?
They're called something weird. Quipper. There you go, yeah.
Alright. Alright. So if you want to get those pulled up for me.
I will use... Bam.
Alright, and so, I'd say this could be, they're looking for entrances / underwater threats. I guess roll either some perception or investigation checks, whichever is your preference.
I don't think it's gonna matter.
Oh no.
You don't think so?
They don't have much to go on with either one of them. Oh, well, yeah, I'm gonna do perception because it's less of a penalty.
Okay, and are they
like that phrasing?
Are they trying to remain hidden at all during this investigation?
They're fish. They're not trying to remain hidden.
Okay.
They're just fishies doing fishy things.
Okay.
Okay. With their -2s,
oh
we have
shit,
an 11, a 9, and a 15.
Okay. And there are three of them. Are they just kind of circling around the island itself?
Yeah.
Okay. You're 11 and 9. Go swimming out and around. Man, it's dark. They're fish.
They got dark fish.
Yeah. But they're for whatever reason they kind of like have swum like a little farther out. They're looking like maybe closer down, like they're farther out from the island itself. Like they got sent in such a way that they're not close to the island proper, and they don't see much of anything outside of standard fare for the ocean, especially closer to an island. So some smaller fish, like hermit crabs and things that are kind of lurking in the sand.
Just as an FYI before we get too much deeper into it, they're not going to be doing just like one round of looking. Like this is what they're going to be doing either until I find something better to do with my concentration or the hour is up. So.
Okay, so you guys, you're just holding up the dudes with the rowboat, and they're just like, all right, guys, get in. Wait about an hour.
No. I'm saying, but like after we are on way and stuff, I'm gonna keep them looking.
Okay. All right.
Until I find something better to do with my concentration or whatever.
Gotcha. So at least for the moment, those two finding zilch. Your 15 is swimming around kind of on this kind of almost catty corner. It's like if directly in front of you is like your 12 o'clock, more towards like maybe somewhere between your 11 and 10, kind of around that side of the island, as where it swam. And I'll say with a 15, it is like spotting like among some of the more rocky parts of the island, where it kind of seems to be there's a lot of like big, there's a very rocky island, and on that side of the island there's like kind of a big cliff that goes down into the water, and in and among some of those rocks and things. With your 15, it does seem to notice some like lurking larger figures, like like bigger than regular sized fish, like medium sized lurking individuals among
Fish,
some of those rocks.
These aren't the humanoid monsters. They are fish of some kind.
With that 15, it is just noticing like in the dark something lurking, like some bigger things that aren't just swimming around. They are purposely among the rocks, maybe trying to be hidden, or at least maybe trying to be not immediately like floating out and among the water.
Gotcha. We'll take note of the location. Might have them circle back to look in a bit, but don't want them to be too obvious right now. They're not supposed to look like they're investigating, so
right.
Just have them keep on moving on.
All right.
I will say to pals,
one of them might have found something, but no details as of the moment. Not an entrance. Creatures in the water.
Alrighty. So, you guys getting rowed? That's a couple of the pirates from the ship. 10, somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes go by as you guys get rowed closer and closer. Nothing costs you. Water is pretty calm tonight. Get you up to the beach. Where and like Denali told you, this island is not big. It is not super big. You could probably go from, if it was completely flat, you could probably go from one end to the other in like 10 minutes at like a reasonable speed. You know, wouldn't have to go super fast. But that would be if it was flat. It is not, as I just said previously. This is very rocky, kind of off a little inland, because you kind of got rowed into a bit of like a cove. That this island is kind of almost like a big crescent moon shape. As you guys got rowed directly up into it, on almost the entire left side of the island is dominated by this like craggy, rocky kind of cliff terrain that kind of goes up a little bit. It's probably taller. It's probably about as tall as a lot of this island is wide in places, with very sparse vegetation, mostly very kind of gravelly, lots of rock going on, not much space for plants to grow. But and kind of you can kind of seeing a little bit into the coast, a little bit onto the beach proper, and farther inland into this cliff face. One of the pirates kind of points out to you. Right around there is where the captain said that this cave is supposed to be.
Kind of inclining his head over towards Bart.
If they try to raise the alarm before we can get inside, you got that silent spell ready.
Yeah, I can cast it. It's slotted and ready to go, but it'd be a lot better if we could have a few minutes and I can take my time with it so it don't cost me so much energy to do, you know?
Right, I just meant if they go to ring a bell or something.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Like up on a rampart or something. They got like some zombies and stuff.
Skeletons,
Sorry,
perhaps.
I can't help it.
I could see no details of that exchange because my glasses were being cleaned. I just saw faint blurs.
Crying on the inside. That's the only seeing you needed to see.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I should be able to zip her lips and keep everything nice and hushed. And it's not the biggest area, but pretty good size.
Well, we'll just see how it goes when we talk to him.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
It's a 20-foot radius, so it is a pretty sexy area. I don't
So,
know why I was thinking
Fireball
that silence
fireball
was
size.
a 20-foot cube, which would be a lot worse.
Thinking of old hypnotic pattern, which is a 30-foot
probably.
cube,
Something like that.
or entangle, which is I think a 20-foot square.
All those things. Anyway.
Many things. Don't worry. All right.
Just hand on his hilt. We're supposed to be here, so we're heading over.
Okay. You said you've got your mask on.
Yep.
But still in your like scraggly kind of at this point very tattered.
Wait, didn't we cover that one of the pirates had something that would fit? I remember asking.
I can't recall. Regardless of whether we actually covered it or not, they would have. They would have had something that you could wear, I suppose. Yeah.
I thought we covered it. I might have.
Entirely possible that I just forgot.
Yeah. So he is in someone's borrowed outfit, allegedly.
Oh, so you are much more colorful than you normally are. Much more pirate. You got the did you go for like the whole kit and caboodle?
No, it's just like some browns and cream swashbucklery looking stuff.
I'll
Like
give
I
you a
still
dice
wanna
roll.
be able to sneak.
You're borrowing from a bunch of pirates. So,
Yeah.
high or low, Julian?
Always high.
Big sigh.
Always high. Okay. You had to kind of beg off of more than one pirate to to be able to get nothing, like things that fit you that were not like that there was no like brightly colored kind of auspicious clothing.
No Dread Pirate Roberts outfit laying around.
No. These guys like bright colors and being like noticeable, and like they're all very much like they have these values that Gloob seems to also value. Like it's something fun because dyes and things, brightly colored clothing is expensive. Like dyes and things are expensive, so it is a way to flaunt and look fancy. So they do that at every opportunity. So you kind of had to get some bits and pieces of clothing from a handful of different pirates, but you were able to get some more normal looking clothes if you so desire.
We're going more for that Pirates of the Caribbean aesthetic.
Alright.
With a mask.
With a wooden mask.
As you do. As you do.
You still have a hood?
Either a hood or a hat, whatever I would have gotten, or maybe a dark scarf.
Yeah, you've got like a scarf that you kind of got tied up over your head or whatever. Okay. So, you guys make landfall. These guys this pirate points out kind of the general direction of where you're going, whereabouts this cave is supposed to be, which it does look at first glance. It definitely doesn't look like there's anybody here. It's very tiny. It doesn't look like there's much value to this island at all. So you kind of see why they picked it. But once you guys disembark, they then turn around and haul the boat back out into the shallows of this cove and start rowing it back towards the ship.
Was it enough time to properly get water walk cast?
What's the cast time on water walk?
It's for a ritual. It's 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes easily enough.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, me and Brila will just hop off the boat into the water and scurry up on the land.
Yeah, they got you like up to the beach. So.
Okay.
So you guys all on the beach. What are you guys doing? Are you guys heading straight towards the cliff face? What's going on?
Yeah, well, I guess you want to try and scout, or you want to try and make our presence known as soon as possible in case they got lookouts or something?
I don't think that we should be seen sneaking.
All right.
Yeah, that we may have already been seen, so we need to act like we belong here.
All right. Yeah, sounds good. Okay.
But I will take a look and see if I do see lookouts or guards or anything not in the cave, but maybe less obvious than standing around.
Right. Yeah, go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
I'll aid Gloob in his perception check.
counterpoint that, while he's peeking around, Julian's gonna do a quick
The guide.
check the cams on the familiars directly.
Okay, roll another round of perception checks for me.
19.
19 total.
Yep.
Okay, look around. You don't notice anybody immediately obvious, like in the immediate vicinity of, especially within like your 60 feet of dark vision. You don't see anybody. Oh, there we go.
I'm back.
Okay, that's froze for a second. I was like, oh no. All right. And what are those perception checks for your fish, Julian?
In order, a 16,
Mhm.
a 13,
Mhm.
and a 0.
Okay.
It's a 2 minus 2.
Okay. So.
That guy saw danger everywhere.
Or, I don't know, man. I don't have a follow-up for that.
Okay. So we'll start off with your 13. Your 13 is still kind of wandering around, and has started kind of going in that direction that your 15 last time has started to go, but still kind of working its way out and in, and doesn't see any evidence of any entrances or things at this time. Your 16, on the other hand, also kind of circling out and around, kind of comes up on that same grouping of rocks where the other one had seen some shadowy creatures or individuals before, just in time to see the 0 kit snatched into eldritch, like, inky smoke. Seeing what looks to be a humanoid, medium-sized humanoid individual that is kind of similar to yourself. It's got kind of like a what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of like pebbled skin in most places, hair, gone like how Julian's has after the experimentation, and currently laid flat are a series of long like quills that seem to be laid flat across its body, and where it had kind of reached out, it seems to have one that is kind of spread out like from kind of the bottom of its wrist area, where it kind of speared your that one familiar, and just kind of floats there in the water for a moment, looking around, kind of head twitching and listening and looking, before kind of just pretty swiftly kind of swimming back into some of the rock formations and things. I'll say with its 16, it can just make out what looks like maybe a little bit of a more, the darkness goes a little deeper, where it might lead into maybe an underwater cave or something kind of behind it.
Shaking his head to clear his vision.
Good news and bad news, I suppose.
Did you already resolve their perception check results?
Yes.
Okay. I was too busy laughing at my 0 to hear.
I think I found one of the entrances below the water, but it is guarded. The spiny ones he was telling us about.
Right.
All right.
Maybe a way out down below. Keep it in mind.
All right. I guess let's do this.
We're supposed to be here.
Yeah, that's right.
These boots are too small.
Well, shit. I don't know what to tell you. Well, let's just, we can wave that boat on back. We can hop back on board and see if we can get you a different.
Julian, the boots, unfortunately, you couldn't quite escape. They're like all the way like knee high, folded cuffs over, very, very like just needlessly extravagant. Not very fancy because they were from a random pirate on the boat, but a little definitely scuffed, not very well polished. But the thought is there. A little bit of a heel, all that fun stuff.
I love
Well, you look good at least.
Yeah, looking pretty spiffy, I guess is the way to put it.
Definitely better than your old clothes.
Not
Almost
as good
anything would be.
not as good as you looked in Seaton. But better.
I think
All
it's-
right.
that outfit is still somewhere in the bag, I think.
Yeah, I think it might be
Yeah.
a bag holding.
Bag of holding.
I don't
Who knows?
think too many people dress like that and then have a mask and hood on. And again, I mean, maybe some weird fucking pirates do some weird shit. I don't know.
The mask does look like a little incongruent with like the rest of his clothes, but well, who cares? Pirates are weird dudes. Who knows?
He got mauled.
Julian spent some downtime polishing it, giving it a little bit less of a hand-carved appearance.
Right.
Or rough-hewn appearance, I think, is what I meant to say.
All right. So I'll just make your way straight up to the cave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you said no particular attempts at stealth.
No.
Yeah. No, 'cause we don't want to be seen stealthing.
Right. All right. So you guys come up, and it's not a enormous cave. It's probably 8 feet or so high, about 10 feet wide. So it's not giant, but definitely, not teensy tiny. No, nobody's having to get on their hands and knees and crawl. But when you first kind of get up to it and look in, it is dark all the way back. You guys can't as far back as your dark vision can see. There's nothing.
All right.
Who
Fun going, I guess.
who is leading this walk?
Before we go in,
Do you want to do the talking or do you want me to?
That's fine. I can do the talking.
All right.
there you go. Is it,
Oh.
how wide is the cave?
About 10 feet or so wide.
He'll walk adjacent to Bart.
So we got Bart and Julian in the front, and then Gloob and Yaka behind. All right.
Sounds good.
All right. I'll cast a light and just put it, instead of having the usual casting light like inside the crystal doorknob hilt, I'll cast it on the tip of the mace or whatever, so I look more menacing, like I'm carrying it around, like I'm a bruiser. Let's go.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Julian, for his part, hand on the hilt of his one of his 2 sabers, will be kind of doing his little I hunt things swagger.
Doing your best to look dangerous, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Not like on edge dangerous. This is a comfortable dangerous.
Right. Yeah, I know what you mean. You want to look like somebody who can do violence, like purposefully. Yeah.
But someone who doesn't expect to have to.
We're new employees. We're here on our first day of the job. We gotta make ourselves look like we can do the job more than we probably will the next Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. So you guys go walking back. The cave, it starts to, it's dark until you go into a bit of a curve. It not a very sudden. It almost looks like this cave maybe got carved out on one of the sides. As you guys go back and cut off to the right, and it goes back that way, probably about another 20 feet or so, before you kind of come up on a fairly a kind of rough-hewn, but very kind of tight. There's no gaps or anything. Kind of big, like wooden door that seems to have a metal slide, kind of at what would be a medium creature's eye level.
Just kind of roll up to it and
And there does not appear to be any kind of doorknob or anything on the outside.
Knock, knock, knock with the mace.
Just kind of kick. As you kind of smack the crap out of the door with your mace. Okay. A few moments pass. A I'd say probably just Bart with passive. You can faintly hear the sounds of what sounds like metal on stone somewhere on the other side. Before, a few moments later, the slide, and you see a pair of eyes on the other side. Just kind of look and take all four of you in for a few moments. And who are all of you?
We're the late but here back up for your garden.
You say garden?
Yeah, for guarding.
Oh, guarding. I thought the garden.
I also thought you said garden, and I was very confused. Like, what?
We're the gardeners. That's
Yeah.
our new deception.
That's the group name, the Gardeners.
That
They're
was
done.
the plan I was talking about earlier.
We're the
We're
Gardeners.
the
Okay.
gardeners.
All right. Little late, yeah. Left a little abruptly too. Y'all know why?
There's a
Don't know
storm.
nothing.
Oh, go ahead.
There's a storm. We got waylaid. Be glad to get shit done.
Important enough shit to get pulled off a guard in this fucking place.
I mean,
Above our pay grade. We're just here to guard.
Roll a deception check for me.
Yeah.
me or Julian?
Julian at advantage.
Either or. Either each of you roll
Yeah.
once or one of you roll with advantage.
Bart,
What would
shall I
you-
roll it?
It's up to you. I don't care. However you want to do it.
I'll roll
You
it
choose.
advantage because I got
Alright.
a good charisma.
All right, let's do it.
Hey, that'll be an 18, dropping a 3.
An 18.
Yes.
That's exactly.
Wait, no, 19.
Okay, that's very important.
15 plus 4, not 15 plus 3.
Okay. Okay, because I was about to be status quo. So, that extra 1 is very important.
That is a far closer call than I was ready for.
Yeah, that big +0 with an 18 on the dice is a motherfucker.
I was looking at my proficiency, not my charisma.
Gotcha. So, kind of looks at you guys for a few moments. Seems to be kind of examining all of you. All right, better late than never. Here sounds like some distinct like metal on metal and against wood of probably unlatching something as the door kind of goes to swing out a little bit, and on this other side of that you see the first individual that you guys have encountered here. Is a big dude, big heavily muscled pirate, still dressed, wearing a breastplate. It's a little battered, and propped up right next to the door is a big old maul that he has seemed to have brought with him before checking the slide. So he just seems to get another good look at all of you, and kind of from behind him, you this faint kind of bluish white light that is coming through another door behind him. This one made all of metal, with this much more like worked stone set into it, so that not a part of this cave, brought here, built into it. This metal door that has like openings in it from kind of top to bottom, like so whoever is on the inside of it can see out. Sorry. He kind of looks you over. Well, all right. Come on. We'll take you a little farther in. Show you where to put your shit.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Waves you past.
Gruff nod.
Shuts the door behind you guys. Shuts the little slide. Starts to do locks and things. Takes you back. Wraps his knuckles on that metal door. Somebody else on the inside of that, opening it, leading you guys into what looks kind of like a what's the word I'm looking for? A chamber between, I don't know, airlock kind of chamber, where there's another one of these metal doors on the other side that same as the one that you just entered in. It seems to have a table on one side of it that seems to have some like food, like some bread and a pitcher of like water or beer. You're not quite sure. That has a few kind of chairs pulled up around it. A couple of chairs beside each of the doors, and there's about 4 other individuals. TM, because I'm blanking on my map. Gosh darn it. There we are.
What time is it currently?
Late.
Like 10 p.m.?
Probably a little closer to 11.
Okay.
But yeah, later into the evening, like you guys pushed a little past when normally you guys would stop traveling to get here tonight. So the moon's not quite at its crest, but it's very close to it.
Right.
But you see about four other pirates in here, kind of equipped a little more like you're used to seeing the pirates that are aboard Denial's ship, or the majority of the pirates aboard Artois' ship. Seems to have some scimitars, hand crossbows, short swords, daggers, of course, kind of about their person, but all kind of sat around. There's a cot in the right corner where there seems to be one guy just like leaning back, has like an arm over his eyes. It seems to be just kind of taking a bit of a nap since it's the middle of the night.
Right.
But in the source of that blue-white light are these small, almost like they look kind of like candle holders, metal things, kind of coming up with these plates, but these bright white kind of clearly not flame, just these incandescent blue-white light kind of seeming to be set atop them in kind of each corner of the room. It is very clearly not natural. It is jarringly so. There's other lights and things that you know are conjured, like Bart's light is kind of this soft, still that kind of yellow, almost like sunlight, where this is clinical.
Right.
Almost. So, shutting this door behind you. This guy kind of, what he's doing, says the rest of these guys, I'll be right back. These are replacements for the ones that left early. They all kind of shrug, or noises of affirmation and the like.
Real quick,
yes.
For the knock on the door in between this airlock area, was it just a knock on the door, or was there any sort of like rhythm that?
No, it looks like he just kind of banged on it, and like I said, there are a bunch of gaps.
Right.
Like they can see through this door, so he banged on it, and one of the guys kind of glanced, saw it was him, and went, whoop, kind of opened it up for him.
Okay.
But he kind of leads you on, kind of takes you guys through this other door, and down another fairly shortish corridor. That seems to, and as you're kind of going in from this kind of airlock room, starts to
Quick question.
Yes.
How many were in the airlock room again?
In that airlock room, counting the guy that let you in, 5. There was the big guy with the breastplate in the mall, and then 4 other kind of more regular looking pirates.
Alright, thank you.
No problem. But as he takes you past out of the airlock room itself, this corridor he goes in, you can definitely feel it start to slope down as you go. Like not super steeply, at least at first, but it's a very steady downwards incline. Sorry. Leading us kind of down. It goes on probably about at 40 or so feet. You figure dropping maybe a total of 15 feet downwards over that entire that entire distance, before coming up to a nice big pair of double doors, solid metal. These ones. This time he pulls out a key that he seems to have kind of like within, like behind his breastplate. Seems he's got it kind of tucked in there somewhere. He kind of wiggles that out, puts it in, the lock unlocks it, and kind of swings open these 2 solid metal doors into this pretty spacious room that has these 4 big stone columns kind of equidistant from each other, as this room is probably 15-20 feet high, and has more of these bright lights just all around it and on some of these pillars itself. And there's directly across from you is another big pair of double doors. Kind of off to your right, you can see 2 pairs of double doors next to each other, and on the left-hand side is another one of those it's a single door, kind of like the ones that were as part of this airlock, where there's kind of the gaps in it going all the way down, or from top to bottom. And along both sides, to your right and left, on either sides of the doors that are on those sides, are these long kind of stone benches that are built into these walls that kind of run along the side. Nobody on them currently, but you can see at kind of set intervals on these benches are like metal rings. And on the pillars themselves, only on the sides that are facing inwards, so that are facing each other, are metal rings that have chains that lead down to like metal collars on each of the pillars. But he takes you in, and it takes you off to the left-hand side to the single door. This one doesn't seem to require a lock. As you guys came in, he shut the door behind him and left it unlocked because he's about to go back. Probably, you figure.
It's real hard to keep this in a mental image.
Yeah.
We might
Sorry.
ask for like a sketch of what we've been through so far or something at some point.
I could probably do that. Like I was telling Jones, I'm doing something different for this particular dungeon. Rather than creating the entire thing, I've created the individual rooms that will be relevant, whereas it's not all interconnected. So if we need to get into them, we will get into them on Tailspire.
I just meant like like an MS Paint mock-up of the general thing that we've seen so far.
That can be easily enough done. So far, y'all have gone airlock room, down a corridor, into this big central room that seems to have a bunch of doors leading off of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and then in that central room were the columns with the chains and collars.
The columns and chains and collars. These stone benches that also have metal rings worked into them. And a couple, 3 sets of metal double doors, one of them directly across from you, 2 of them on the right-hand side, and then a single door off to the left.
And the single door to the left is when we went in.
And that is where you guys are approaching now, after he kind of shut the double doors that you guys came in. So a grand total of 4 sets of double doors in this room. One of them is the exit. One of them leads to the surface. And the other 3 you're not sure about, but you are currently being led towards the single door on the left.
All right.
Yes,
While we're paused real quick, did the key that he used on these big metal doors, did it look particularly intricate or anything like that when he produced it?
It seemed relatively plain.
Okay. All right.
It seemed very functional.
Nice. All right.
All right. So, leading you off to this left-hand door, swings it open, and takes you down another. It is a little bit a ways away. This one it stays even on the groundwork. Doesn't seem to go up or down. Taking you along probably about another 20 feet or so before it opens up a little bit into another set of more plain double doors. These aren't these big metal heavy double doors. These just seem to be a pair of standard wooden double doors. Seem to have some pulls on this side as he pulls open one side. This is going to be your home for the next little bit. For now, settle in. We'll figure out how to work y'all into the schedule in the morning.
All right.
Kind of waves you guys in.
Anywhere to get chow or anything?
Yes. Yeah. There's a bit of a mess that's kind of worked it into one of the workspaces. It's on the way. They'll show you the one I imagine. You need to eat now? Probably eat something that's packed. They don't do much cooking.
Nods at him.
Y'all got a different place to do your business, or we got buckets in there waiting on us?
He just kind of waves you off. I honestly forgot about a bathroom. So, right outside those double doors, there's another kind of alcove that seems to lead to a bit of like a bit of an outhouse type of scenario that they've got going on.
All right.
How big is this room? Is this bigger than the big room with columns, or?
The room where he's shuffling in for you guys to stay, or just this? Yeah, this tunnel led up to like a brief like opening. That's kind of like a foyer kind of deal leading up to these double doors. Inside of the double doors itself is a long room. This room is probably about 15 to 20 feet wide, but going back like 50 or 60 feet. And this is very clearly Jakob easily recognizing this is like a barracks. It seems like, because there are beds that are set in the walls, one like two to each one, like bunk beds that they've got going back two, going all the way back to the wall. That all seem to have kind of chests or some kind of storage space that are set into the wall as well, kind of at the like acting also as like a headboard for each of these beds, but going all the way back on there.
Single door into hallway into foyer. Foyer has bathroom and then leads to the barracks room.
So little foyer area has a little single door that goes into an outhouse, and then also is a double door going into the barracks, and then you guys came down a tunnel. The single door goes down to tunnel to foyer. Foyer has double doors leading into the barracks and single door leading to the outhouse.
Okay, yeah, right. That's exactly what I had. I was making sure I had it right.
Yep.
I'm drawing this in MS Paint, so.
Okay.
That works.
How many people appear to be in this room?
In this room right
it's
now.
Probably dark, so I rolled a perception check for it and got a 23.
Yeah. So with 23, it's dim in here. It's not entirely dark. You can see more of those lights that are set up kind of along the tops of the walls. They all appear to be above the bunks, but these ones appear to have little like attached to them little like cups that are flipped over, all of them at this time. So there's a little light kind of escaping underneath those cups, so it's like you have dim light in this room right now. But at least it's dark enough for people to sleep, it seems. But as you guys kind of this dude kind of waves you in, kind of shuts the door behind you, and you can hear him walking back down the corridor from whence he came. You'd say all total, it's probably about 10 bunks that are currently occupied.
Okay. 10 bunks with 10 people in bunks?
Yes.
Or 10 bunks with 2 people in each?
Well, there are 10. So each bunk. So I'm saying like each individual bed. So there are a total of, or there's more than 20 beds, because you guys know that you were replacing people that had already been here, so there were more than 20 usually. There should be, I believe, about 24 or 26. I can't remember quite how far back I went. Sorry, 24 or 26 bunks in here. Of those 26 beds, 10 of them are currently occupied.
Okay, so there's 10 people in this.
There are 10 people in this room right now.
Okay.
The evidence of 20 of them having like people's stuff or like showing signs of use recently. I'll say just glancing around with the 23 perception. That's easy enough. So that tracks for what you were told.
How many of them are awake?
Let's actually roll some perception checks, because they were all asleep, but this dude just kind of opened up the door and wasn't particularly being quiet about how he was addressing you guys. It's cocked. 2. Nope. Looks like about 4 of them have kind of woken up from you guys being. You see a few heads kind of like glancing y'all's way as you guys enter this room.
All right. Back up.
What did you say? Back up?
Back up.
Said, hey, back up. Just kind of like, hey, we're here for your backup, whatever.
Oh.
Okay.
Like,
Back the fuck up!
hey, back up. And they're sleeping. They're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, these guys look kind of like vaguely confused. But so y'all just standing right in the entranceway, or what are y'all doing?
Find some bunks.
Yeah, initially finding a bunk.
Yeah, find some bunks that are.
Yeah.
We can find some that are close to each other.
I'd say easy enough. It looks like people kind of like they get bunks in the group that since they're brought in as groups, those are kind of they get occupied in such a way. Y'all are able to you guys grab 4 that are kind of near the back.
Cool.
Kind of wander up those 4 that look like completely unoccupied. Look like they got made up and nobody's been in them in a little bit at least.
All right.
What are you boys doing? Just sitting down, having a sit. What's the plan?
Sit down on your bunk, and does there appear to be anyone actively awake doing anything, like fucking playing cards or?
No, at this point, yeah, it looks like these guys were sleeping. A few of them kind of, one of them kind of perks up enough, like gets himself up on one elbow as you guys go past. So are y'all the new guys?
Yep, that's us.
Kind of looks y'all over. Looks at Jakob in heavy plate armor. Nice armor. What takes workload off the rest of us, so thank God. Kind of rolls over. You guys continue walking past.
And you said that these people grouped into groups as they were kind of brought in. So how many groups would you say are in between these 10 people?
In between these 10? See, they're brought in as groups. That doesn't necessarily mean that their work,
Right,
that
sure,
their workload is split exactly that same way. So at the it looks like in here maybe they might be kind of in 3 groups. There are some gaps among the ones that are currently here.
All right.
How close are we to them once we all get sit down and in a bunk? Is it reasonable to think that we could whisper without them hearing what we're saying?
Yeah, if you guys are making like a purposeful attempt to make sure you're being quiet, you guys could probably have a whispered discussion without. Especially since most of them seem to have kind of looked you guys over. You guys look like either pirates or mercenaries, and so y'all have been brought in. Y'all were let in by somebody, so they don't seem to be stressing about it at this point. At least it's not worth losing sleep over. As they all seem to be kind of settling back in for the moment.
So
how many of these fellas seem like they might be in a 20-foot radius of each other?
1 second. 1 second, and I will tell you. And to answer your question, Cody, it was 20 guards that you guys were told about that were currently in here. Okay,
pirate guard.
yeah, 20 pirate guards is what you guys were told to expect. So, yeah, so from the door to the back of this room, it's about 60 feet. So, you figure the 10 guys, you'd probably get them, because a 20-foot radius sphere, that's 40 feet.
Yeah.
You could cover all, but you could go from the front to the back and leave all but 20. I'd say you could maneuver in such a way you can get the 10 guys that are in here sleeping inside a silent spell. Or a fireball. I don't know what you're wanting to measure for.
Hey, if you want to add that to my spell list, that's
I'm not. Don't plan on it.
I don't think Jordan would be like, fireball.
Fireball.
It's what Sorolali would have wanted.
We can't let Sorolali do all the work.
We're being good guests. We gotta keep them warm.
That's right.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. Julian does lean down and be like,
If we could get these guys, that's half of his normal guard force down.
Yeah, how much rope do we get?
he checks his
Somebody say something.
Damn. And
Appreciate
I know Jakob's got some manacles.
A second thought occurred to me.
What's that?
We are blind right now. But if we work for the next day, we may be able to see a lot more.
Until it's in the middle of the day and the doctor notices Julian and things go tits up when we might not be right next to each other.
I think the doctor would recognize any of us, but especially me and you, Blue. And that's not to say that he knows our traveling companions.
If I can start casting that spell right now, and I feel pretty confident I can make it silent for all of these guys in this room, and we can grab them one by one and tie them up and get them situated where they can't make any noise, and that's half their guard force taken care of right now.
How do we make sure they don't make noise?
We'll tie them up and gag them, and they'll be in the silent spell, so they won't make any noise. For now.
How do we know that'll last? They could break out later.
We'll have to make sure we do it real good. If you're asking me, should we just go ahead and slit the throats of 10 people just in cases? That seems like a pretty fucked up thing, Julian. Not gonna lie.
What kind of rope is that you guys have? Is it all hempen?
Actually, I don't even know if Bart has rope.
I would also like to take this time to point out that apparently it is easier to break out of manacles than rope.
What?
Thanks, 5th edition. Appreciate you.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, no. I was looking at the wrong check. No, it is harder to get out of manacles. Okay, I was thinking of the other one. I was like, I remembered 15. There's a 15 in the manacle thing, and I was thinking 15, and the rope is DC 17. And I was like, are you kidding me? But no. That was for if you've got thieves' tools. That makes way more sense. I was about to be very concerned. It's like fucking.
Julian has one additional set of manacles and 44 feet of rope.
44 feet. Okay, apparently Bart does not have any rope. Whoopsie daisy.
I have 50 feet.
Is there any extra rope in the bag of holding?
Like everybody should have started, I think, because everybody had an adventuring pack of some kind. I think most of those packs start with 50 feet of rope.
I handpicked all my equipment. I did not do the adventuring pack.
I think I had some rope, but we used it at some point.
Oh, that makes sense.
I just never got any more, I don't think.
Noted.
And then we have the one small, 3 medium, and 1 large manacles in the bag of holding.
Are there any small people among these 10?
I mean, probably. Let's see, there's 10. Yeah, there's one or two maybe. You can't quite tell. You'd have to like examine the bunks, but from your initial pass, and we'll say rolled into your 23 perception, there might be a couple of small individuals.
All right. I mean, the fact of the matter is that we're going to have to get this done probably before dawn if we try to start this thing off tonight. And if we can get them tied up, I think we should be okay for the next hour or two that it might take us tops to get out of here. I think if it takes anything longer, then we're going to be in a much deeper pickle.
The spell's going to last an hour. Nothing says that maybe the spell might last an hour. But nothing says rope will or anything else. Or that these guys won't climb or someone else won't come, you know.
I mean, we can knock them out if y'all feel comfortable. Knock them out and tie them up. I just don't think we should just go around and start slitting throats.
I feel safer if they're knocked out.
Yeah.
They won't
That's
be
fine.
in fighting shape much, even if they do rouse. At that point, I suppose.
We need to make sure that they don't get towards the door. Jakob, I think you can do that. Run interference and just be ready to fucking thwack someone if they get close to the door.
Are these bunks mobile? Are they like bolted to the floor, or are they like the big wooden bunks that can be picked up and moved?
These look like that they are like also stone. They're stone, like stone, like the like stone, almost like stone benches, but then with like beds kind of set on top of them, like they're built
so they're,
into
like,
the wall.
Built into. Okay,
Oh,
gotcha.
fuck.
So they're not moving.
No, those bunks aren't going anywhere. They didn't fuck around when they were constructing this place. Y'all are gonna not believe me when we get into Tailspire, because I had to use wooden benches to create the bunks. But hey, what can you do?
So they're wooden.
Yeah, we'll go
50 more
well,
HP.
I just imagine us casting silence and then everyone putting soap and socks and just start just going full metal jacket on these guys.
I'm sorry to be nitpicky, DM. It's
Yeah,
just
what's
kind of an intense
No, no.
situation.
What's up?
Can you describe the door to the room to me?
The door to the room.
Yes.
Like I said, it is. Once again, I mean, it is similar to the door that was before the airlock room. It is wooden instead of metal, like a lot of the other ones have. But it's simpler, but it is still well crafted. Like there's not like big gaps or anything in it. It completely is like more not airtight, but as close to it as
Right,
kind of
yeah.
wooden construction can get. It's a well crafted, thick, double wooden door.
But no, like, holes or eyes.
This one doesn't seem to have holes in it, like the other ones did.
Does it swing in towards where Yak would be standing, or swing out away from him?
We'll say that it swings out.
Okay. What
So it opens into the hall.
does it
Yeah,
have?
opens into the hall.
Does it have like? Is it the big like wooden thing? Is it a doorknob? Is it like handles? Like what?
Yeah, it's got like doorknobs on it. We'll say like it doesn't really have a way to like lock. It doesn't look like they're particularly concerned with keeping this door shut. Like these guys work here. They're not meant to be locked in. They're supposed to be able to get in and out relatively easily.
I meant like, if there were like handles. Let's try manacling the handles together. But...
There's like handles on both sides of the door. I'd say that you could definitely try.
I mean, if we got some maybe like pittons or something like that, we could try and wedge them into the door frame so they can't open back up once we're in the hallway.
I will, I meant to keep them from running out while
That's
we're
all.
in progress.
Oh, well, I mean, we could do both of those. Once the silence spells up, I mean, they won't hear if you just start hammering away on that thing.
We'll manacle it shut, knock him out, tie him up, unmanacle it, secure it once we're on the other side. That sound good?
All right. Well, I mean, if we're going to do this, we need to make sure we kind of do this sort of one at a time, I guess.
How many are awake, or have they all gone back to sleep?
I figured you guys were waiting to have this whispered conversation until people had kind of settled back down into what was sleep, so these guys were all asleep at this juncture.
Julian gestures at Bart while manifesting his weapon as a... 1 second.
I will start ritually casting. And I mean, when I'm inside this thing now, I won't be able to cast any spells because I got to be able to speak to use my magic. So once this goes up, it's going to kind of be on y'all to knock them out.
Okay, I can do a pretty good solid knock on the back of someone's head. Jakob, you start walk towards the door once Julian manacles, and then you start bonking, I guess with the bottom of your sword. I don't know. You're probably still gonna kill one or two of them, but when
Just
you
leave the sheath on when you hit him.
This sword does not have a sheath.
He's just slapping
It,
them.
it didn't come with a sheath.
just use pommel. It's okay if you crush
Are there rules for 5th edition to do non-lethal damage? I forget.
You just have to
can just
declare
use-
it. Yeah, you just say, I am trying to do non-lethal damage. I think we've basically said there are some damage types, or there are certain attacks that you can't say are non-lethal. Like, if Gloob did his like if he put his poison on his sword, or if he used like a charge from the hunter's jacket, it would that is necrotic or poison damage. You can't make that non-lethal, but any like physical attack you can.
And you said no ranged.
Right, yeah, you can't like non-lethally shoot someone with your fucking bow.
There are types of arrows that you could just put a
right.
Yeah, but not with like a broadhead.
Yeah.
Can you crit with non-lethal attacks?
Yeah, it's literally you just say, I am trying to do non-lethal damage with this. Yeah.
Alright, so Gloob is just gonna go Krakak, sneak attack, super
That
crit.
that is the hope. Yeah, I believe that is the goal when he was saying I can bonk someone real good. I think that was the insinuation.
How many bunks were in the room again?
How many are total in this room? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. 24 it looks like.
This is gonna be so fucked up.
I don't fucking care about these guys.
Yeah.
You gotta do what you gotta do to get the job done.
Fuck
It
these
was
guys.
funny when you were like, oh yeah, that'd be super fucked up. I was like, yeah, you'd be like, yeah, fucked up.
Yeah.
These guys are fucking
Slaving
Nazis.
pirates. Yeah.
Once Bart finishes the silence spell, Julian will go manacle the door shut.
Okay, so here's the thing: there are verbal components to that spell. So there's a chance these guys could hear it.
Okay.
So they're going to get around to basically perception checks at disadvantage because they're asleep. But there's a chance that they could hear it. So I'm going to roll this real quick. Because I'm not going to rob Sorcerer of subtle spell, basically.
Oh yeah, for sure. Completely acceptable.
Yeah.
Julian will manifest his bow and keep an eye out for anyone that seems to be poking their head up.
Yeah.
Can I sneak into the middle, like where I would be the closest thing, or like in the middle of these guys? That way, if I saw someone stirring, I could start walking that way, be equidistant from most of them.
Sure, roll a stealth check for
There's also not the chance, or there's. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to know exactly what Bart's doing.
Right. Still.
If some of them seem to awaken while I'm doing the ritualistic casting, I will like go prestidigitation type kind of thing. I was casting this spell. These sheep help me go to sleep.
Just start praying like, oh yes, thank you for the good meal. And
Yeah. The important thing is this is very clearly spell casting. Like it's not like it's like you were doing like verbal and somatic components that are very clearly part of like an arcane.
I don't imagine I'm doing like on one of the mountaintops like I beseech thee, but talking in a clear plain voice.
I think what I was getting at was more, it takes you a minute to register what woke you up.
Yeah.
Right.
So to stop what you're doing, like, oh, what was that? Oh, asshole's just praying. All right, whatever.
They're about to get woken up.
Pray quieter, asshole.
Okay.
Be real quiet.
So, Glib, what was that stealth check?
18.
18. Nice. Put that down. All right. So you're kind of sitting in the middle. Jakob, you said you're going over towards the door. All right. So that is cocked. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Okay, there we go. 5, 6, 7. There we go. Okay. Okay. So, as you're starting to go through the ritual casting of the silent spell, 4 of them rouse. See, a few of the guys in the tent all seem kind of starting to perk up and are kind of rubbing eyes and stuff. Or And kind of Gloob, you're specifically looking for this, but you see about 4 of them that are set kind of aroused and start kind of looking back Bart's way.
Now, is this in the midst of casting the spell?
Yes, this is in the midst of you of going through the casting of the spell.
Okay.
So do you just keep going?
How far into it is it?
Is a 10-minute casting time?
Yeah.
So it is going to be about half. So about 5 minutes or so into the casting. 4 of them start to kind of come to.
If any of them, like, look in the direction, Julian will just say,
Bit chilly, just warming it up.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay, roll a deception check for me.
Is that a 1 or a 20?
23.
Total of 23. Okay.
Okay. that fucking excitement's like, we're all dead, or we're all fucking smooth as silk and butter.
I'm about smooth as silk and butter, but it's much better than it could be. As a 19 on the dice.
It's like, it's 87 degrees in here. Fuck.
It's not like cold in here, but it's not like warm
It's subterranean.
either.
I figure
Yeah,
it's
you're
cool.
underground. Yeah, it's a little cooler. Like it's nighttime. You're in a bunch of rocks.
Underground and underwater, I presume.
Yeah, you're not quite sure where your like location is in relation to the ocean right now. They seem to kind of take this in, and one of them just says, "How about you do it a little quieter then, if you're not going to share?"
It'll
Be over
tone it down.
just a couple of seconds, just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, just kind of,
Just a couple.
Julian will look over at Bart.
Tone it down. Tone it down.
Okay, so are you just continuing with the casting?
Yeah.
Okay. You continue casting. These 4 seem to be staying awake during the casting of this.
Okay.
They say like this seems to have been disturbing enough to their sleep that they're just kind of having to sit there and wait for you to finish. You're like too loud for them to fall back asleep. It seems like.
Well, it's about to be real quiet, and they can go right back to sleep.
I was like, sorry. I was like, what? How easy is it for these guys to just fall right back asleep if this like woke them up? In the single digits, so they are awake.
They're just like, oh goddamn.
They're just like fucking Christ, like the woman who was like, can you do it quieter? Is just kind of like doing like one of these in her bed, like.
Why are the new guys always?
Yeah, like why the fuck? Like he's like fucking.
Are
newbies.
we outside of the area of silence if we cast silence? Since you said we were at the back of the room.
Yeah, you guys would be outside of the zone. So.
I'll give Julian fucking muff. I'll give Julian kind of a like.
So. As this
kind
is
of
going.
asking him, what do you want me to do, type kind of thing, since I can't really say anything.
I mean, they are still going to be in the area.
Yeah,
of...
they'll be in the area of silence. So will Jakob and Gloob. With where they have positioned themselves. Jakob by the door and Gloob kind of stood in the middle. They didn't notice you because you had an 18 on your stealth, so you're just kind of blending into the shadows near one of the bunks of somebody who didn't wake up. We'll presume. And Julian, where are you? You were close enough to talk to him, so presumably you were a little closer. Are you aiming to be inside where the zone of silence is going to be cast, or are you closer to Bart?
I'm trying to envision this like the rows of bunks there towards the back end mostly.
Mhm.
The door is on the other side.
Correct. Well, you guys are towards the back. All these guys are closer to the door than where your guys'
okay.
bunks are. You guys are at the back.
Oh, he is probably going to, because Jakob was going to guard the door and attach the manacles, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
would make sense, since I'd be chilling there.
Yeah. In that case, he's probably like right on the edge of where the silence will be.
All right, closer
I
to where? To the door or to the back? Like closer to Bart or closer to the door?
Is it? Yeah, this isn't centered on Bart, so Bart's not over near the door. Okay.
Correct.
Probably between Bart and the silence edge. Like I said, like up against the edge.
Okay, so you're at Bart's end
Yes.
of the silence spell. Okay. I'm going to have, if everyone wants to go ahead and just get Tailspire open real fast,
Oh, I'm already
that's
in there.
probably going to make this a lot easier.
He said, y'all are about to fuck up real good.
I mean, we're going to find out. It'll really depend. Sorry, I'm
That's
laying
good,
a
'cause I'm
bunch of
still
pirates
struggling to envision all
prone.
the specific stuff in this room. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
No, you're fine. Totally reasonable. Oh, shit. Okay, that guy's kind of on a bunk. So I'm trying to lay a bunch of models on these bunks, and it's kind of hard. It is not super easy for some reason.
Does this require?
What's up?
No, it's fine. I was just looking at something. I forgot I had a spell just in case this is a situation that comes up. But
Okay.
I needed to just see if they could hear me for it to happen.
Okay. So
Oh, it's concentration, so never mind.
that mock-up, by the way, that's fairly accurate. Distances might not be entirely accurate, but that's more or less, yeah, what it looks like.
The distances on those things are literally just to indicate a hallway.
Yeah,
Those
that
are
there's
by no
hallway,
means-
other big room. Yeah, that's basically what y'all are looking at so far. Okay, so has everybody got Tailspire launched?
It is launching the Saltmarsh part right now.
Okay. I'm just gonna hit my button, see how many I grab. Okay, I grab you all. So,
Ooh. Oh, okay.
yeah, this is the kind of room y'all are looking at. These are where these guys all are. I will
Wait.
put torches on the 4 who are awake, I guess. That one, that one, that one, and we'll just say that one as well. Boom. Easy, easy peasy.
I am not in the room, apparently.
Same.
Yeah, none of you are in here. I've got to get you placed, which reminds me, I hope Hero Forge didn't break again.
Oh no.
So I should have
Hero Forge or
Julian.
Tailspire?
Tailspire in relation to Hero Forge minis.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 of you. Where are the others? There's Bart. And there's
I
Blue.
can relink them while I'm in here. if I
No,
need
yeah,
to.
you're good. They're working fine. I was just struggling. They were being a little odd. So there's you.
Oh! Okay, that's a lot of...
What's up?
It's just like, huh! And they're there.
There are 10
I will-
guys, 10
You need
people.
to switch over on stream whenever
Yep,
you're ready.
I will do that here in just a moment. I'm just getting everybody's permissions on there. That's sickly. Okay, does everybody have control of their model?
Yep.
So everybody kind of, while I'm transitioning us over, kind of move yourself to where you're wanting to be in this room. If you are trying to just hit everybody with this, you'd kind of, that's kind of the sphere you're looking at right there.
Thing's perfect. I need a bunny rabbit.
And you goddamn bunny reboot. Where are my aminals? Monstrous. Nope. I need animals. Gosh darn, beasts. Beasts. Oh no!
Me on the fucking beds.
Oh shit, we got Conan's on here. Hell yeah.
Oh, that's the base color. That's not the size. There we go. Medium. Control. No, emotes. There we go. Damn, permission. Crosm. Alright, there we
Hell
go.
yeah.
Let me remeasure this because it broke when I went to do something else. Hopefully it'll be fine when I alt tab, but that gets everybody. It'd be something like that if you're wanting something. I mean, you measure where you're casting it in relation to this room. I don't care.
You had it on the money.
Okay.
That's exactly where I was going with it.
Okay, perfect. So let's go here. Let me transition over here. We're gonna look at my lovely MS painted version of the map, of that other map, for a second. As we get to here, I'm not gonna change any battle music quite yet because it remains to be seen whether this is actually gonna be a combat or not.
You said the ones that have torches on them are
Yep,
the ones that
the
are
one,
awake?
yeah, the ones that have, and clearly all these little like the little blue-white flames, like I said, those are all kind of capped right now, so it's dim in here. But those are where those lights are located. But yeah, the ones that have torches on them. So this top bunk, the bottom bunk here, the bottom bunk here, and the top bunk here are the ones that are awake right now. Okay. Okay. So you're casting. Out of curiosity, is there anything anybody's trying to ready for this casting wrapping up?
I am looking, so I'm trying to just make sure I know the ones that are awake, or rousing at least. It's this one kind of.
Yeah, they've kind of started to kind of rouse and wake up over that first half of the spell. They kind of are all the way awake now and seem to be kind of all just kind of waiting for him to finish doing whatever he's doing because they bought the bullshit that Julian spun.
Okay. And just trying. Ow. Just trying to figure out which ones those are.
They are, like I said, they are the ones that have these torches on them. So this guy right here, where I'm shining God's light flashlight, the bottom bunk on this one.
Okay.
The top bunk on this one. Or is that the bottom bunk? I don't know. Why is this so hard to see?
Yeah.
Bottom bunk on that one. So top bunk, the closest to you, right here.
Okay.
Bottom bunk, here. Bottom bunk here. And then top bunk here.
Top bunk here. Okay.
So they're literally like across from each other, like the back two top. And
they're like it seems like the ones that were closest to him are the ones that kind of got roused. Aside from the big guy on this bottom bunk, seems like he's just snoozing.
Okay. All right.
I would ready in action to do a non-lethal attack. A great mess. Non-lethal attack on the big boy on the bottom.
Okay, so you're kind of chilling right there. You see a big dude.
Are the manacles already on the door?
I figured he was. Oh, okay.
Okay, well that's the question. Were you guys waiting to manacle these doors before or after the spell was cast?
I thought we were doing it after it was quiet because
that was my assumption. That was what I said. So right now there's no manacles on the door.
Yakov's just sitting there with manacles like.
So, Yakov. Yakov, you said you're readying a weapon. So do you have your sword drawn right now?
No, and I'm gonna change what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I'm going to manacle the door.
So you're sitting there. You're trying to kind of sit there, have the manacles kind of off the side to where these guys won't notice until it's too late.
Until it's too late. Oh no.
Is that what you're going for? Roll a sleight of hand for me. I believe in you. We'll say roll it with advantage because these dudes are all kind of tired and sleepy and shit. So
I was gonna say,
odds of them noticing are lower.
I'll just say advantage because they're focused on the asshole.
Yeah, they've got the dude who's making all this noise. They're just like, oh my fucking lord. What's
15.
up? 15?
Nice.
Yeah, I dropped the 3, but.
Say you almost clank them against your armor, which would have drawn their attention to you. But it seems like you've got a hold of them. You're ready to kind of lock this up as soon as that silent spell goes out.
So, about to be a party.
So,
oh boy.
Anything else you said? What are you doing, Gloob?
I am going to ready an attack for. I'm gonna grab like the pommel of the captain's authority, and I'm going to hit the big guy that's still sleeping.
Okay, so you're ready to get this guy who's below the awake person.
Correct.
Okay, so you're still kind of stealthed up. They don't seem to have noticed you. You're kind of blending into the shadows. You kind of like squatted down at a level to where they're like looking over you as they look back towards Bart and are grumbling. Okay, anything for Julian?
Yeah, readying an action to summon the weapon as a where was it? What was it? A warhammer. Wait, no, that's two-handed. He can't do that.
I believe a warhammer is one-handed weapon.
Nope, because it
Warhammer
has
can
the...
be versatile, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
warhammer is 1d8 versatile, I believe.
Okay, in that case, yeah, warhammer.
Because the maul is the 2d6 two-handed bludgeoning weapon.
Yeah, and when it summons, it's just gonna look like a fucking baseball bat type deal.
It's got little slugger written in like. It's got little slugger in deep speech on the side.
Love it.
All right. So everybody's prepared. Kind of their ready actions. Bart is casting his spell. Zone of silence. And for a moment, like sure, these guys are tired. They're not stupid. That zone of silence goes out, and there seems to be, like, for a split second, like a finally he stopped. Until it seems to click that, oh, I can't hear anything. And then this is when everybody's ready to action start to go off. Julian, yes.
I'm just gonna do this.
Yeah, the two, Jakob and Gloob, you 100% are like, you know it went off, because all of a sudden you guys can't hear anything either.
Yeah.
It'd be just, the two of you that are outside, so Julian and Bart, who are outside of the zone of silence right now. So it's going off. I'm going to have everybody roll initiative for me real fast.
Oof. Yikes.
Nice. Not terrible.
Not as bad as mine, I promise you that, Jones.
All right. 25 to 20. Oh boy. 20 to 15.
19.
19. Okay. So we got Bart. With a, you said 19?
Yes.
Very nice. Advantage is a hell of a drug. All right. 15 to 10.
12.
12
38.
for Glue.
14.
14. I was like, did you dirty 8 or 38? I was like, wait. So you said 14?
I was saying 38.
Oh, gotcha. You said 14? So we got Julian at 14. And then we got Gloob at 12. I think that's the lowest you've rolled in quite a while for initiative, actually. And Jakob, what was yours, buddy?
7.
7? Oof. All right.
Unless my initiative went up without me. Nope.
Yeah, unless it went up without me. That's fair. All right. Let's see how these 4 that are awake do. Okay. So, these 4 aren't surprised. We're going to go ahead and say they were awake, they were conscious of what was going on around them. Y'all are still going to get your held actions, and then we're going to go into the first round of combat, okay? Or the surprise round. Though, to be fair, nobody really is going to be woken up unless somebody wakes them up or Bart loses concentration. So, it is the first round of combat for all intents and purposes. All right. So, that being said, we're going to run down our held actions in order of initiative that got rolled. So, we're going to go with Julian first. You summon that your fucking club, and you can see these guys that were looking back your way while they already, like, their eyes, they had gone from, like, kind of irritated that their sleep was being interrupted to going, what the fuck is happening, to they saw you just summon a weapon out of thin air and go, you can just see one of them swear, like, mouthing what's probably swear words, motherfucker, or some shit like that. All right, Gloob, you're going to pommel strike the big guy. Go ahead and roll your attack at advantage.
24.
24 will hit. Go ahead and roll your damage, which is an auto crit.
Wonderful.
But he is definitely awake. Which I should have done their HP ahead of time, so I'm going to do that now while you're rolling that.
Write this down.
Oh, you kids, you're rolling so many dice.
Yikes, that's rough.
Okay, I get everybody. Yeah, I did.
39 points of damage.
Okay.
39.
Okay. You just rear back as the silence goes off, and just right in the, like, trying to aim in, like, right for kind of his jaw, and just smash the shit out of him. You probably feel a little bit of give from the pommel, but he does not go slack. You smack the fuck out of this dude, and immediately, like, bolts upright, roaring in silent pain, like, mouth open, definitely yelling or screaming or whatever, but now conscious. Okay?
Mhm.
Jakob, you're just latching the manacles onto the door. Fucking ka-chunk. silent clicking as you kind of get those and do those up real quick. I'm also, since that guy got woken up, this is kind of basically the surprise round, so he'll go next, but I'll put him in and go ahead.
Add 4. I didn't roll my last 2 d6. If you can, add 4 more points of damage to that.
4 more points of damage? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, 4 more points of damage.
That's 43 total.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Let's say. Okay. Yeah. He definitely looks very hurt, like blood's like pouring out of his mouth. Like there's probably some like teeth missing, but and like a little bit of like sag to his jaw. But he is awake and pissed. All right. So, that is gonna bring us to our first round of combat, which these 4 dudes that were awake rolled really good. So they are going first. So they are all
Amazing.
gonna do what?
Then they're gonna spend their entire time scrambling for weapons.
Not their entire time, but they are going to be moving for weapons and stuff. Like these guys are pirates. It's not like they're out here and like they don't believe they're completely safe in these places. They're here for a reason, but they do seem to be kind of getting up, drawing weapons, and we're gonna kind of hopping down. I'm gonna kind of take torches off of them as they are no longer needing them. As these guys all are kind of jumping down this guy, now seeing you, Gloob. Since you came out of stealth. So guys all kind of hopping out. And let's kind of see. We're gonna see which of these guys like stowed weapons or not. We're gonna see how at hand they are. Okay. So they're all getting up. Like I said, these guys are all armed with like short swords and scimitars and stuff. So we're gonna steal a little bit of Cody's rulings from his game. These are light weapons. They don't get it is only costing them like their bonus actions essentially to get some of these out. They're not able to get out all of their weapons, but it looks like they're maybe they're not getting their crossbows and their swords. These guys are pulling out sabers, daggers, the things of that nature. So that's 15. Okay. These 2 guys right here are going to take a couple of attacks each at you, Gloob.
Okay.
Because you just smack the fuck out of what from the guy that you guys met before is some kind of leader figure among them. Like these bigger guys seem to be more in charge. So let's see. Now I'm actually we're gonna take a brief moment to actually get combat music because I just realized we're sitting here without it. So
Creepy vibe music while we just beat the shit out of each other with weapons.
get the creepy vibe music off and some ambush music and give it a little bit of volume. Except y'all are the ones ambushing. How nice of a change of pace is that?
I was about to say, except this time the ambush
It's
is in
us.
our favor.
It's us. We are the ones who ambush. So that's a 22 to hit on the first attack, Gloob. A miss. A 17
Misses.
misses. Or is that? Are you bullshitting me? I'm not looking at Skype right now.
I'm
Okay,
not,
17
not
misses?
bullshitting you. 18
Okay.
is my AC.
18 is your AC. Nice. Oh yeah, that's right, because the armor
I'm just
is magical. Okay, so only one out of those 4 attacks hit, as you kind of are able to dodge most of those. That one attack, however, hits you for 6 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
As it kind of sneaks in, as these guys kind of hop up around you, seeming they're just kind of reacting, and they're seeing that they're understanding like silence, bad things are happening. They didn't seem to immediately think of the fact that means my friends can't wake up. They definitely are in the like oh fuck.jpg threat, attack the threat.
Right.
So that's what those two do. You've got these two guys who are going to move towards actually the source of this magic. Like you guys told them that he was casting magic, so they now understand that that was a lie, or not a lie, but what it was for was a lie. As this guy is going to use 10 feet of the 10 of his 15 feet of movement to kind of move up to Julian. You're sitting there with the weapon out. He's going to make his 2 attacks against you. That's going to miss as you just kind of juke the first one. The second attack's a 17.
17 is my AC exactly.
Okay. So 1 attack hitting you. That is going to be for 9 points of piercing damage. On that stab is like the first one misses, but then he just kind of turns around and slashes it across like a gap in like your breastplate, tearing up your borrowed clothes a little bit. Sucks to be those guys. And then this guy is going to go 5, 10, and 15 to step past. There's a giant fuck off squirrel, but that wasn't the one casting the spells. He's going to make 2 attacks against you, Bart. Jesus, I forgot your name for a second. Oh my god, there goes that d20. We'll get that in a second.
Double 19s on concentration checks if he hit
Okay.
Me, so.
First one misses. Second one's a 17, which misses you because you have an AC of 19. So just clanging off your shield and your armor as you just kind of fend him off with your mace and your shield, or probably just your shield since you were casting. Because Bart doesn't have Warcaster, correct?
Correct.
So you're usually just keep your mace at your side. So yeah, just kind of fending them off with your shield and your half plate. That is going to end their turn and bring us to Bart.
I see that we're in a pickle now, and this guy is within range of things, and that guy that Gloob just clocked the shit out of, he seems like he's about to get up and do a lot of violence, right?
Probably so. You figure he will probably
huge.
react violently to being assaulted.
Does he look as Schwarzenegger-esque as his model does?
Probably not as Schwarzenegger. I mean, he definitely looks very big. He looks like a very big dude. Like, he's not over here going, I'll be back. Like, but he definitely looks like a very well-muscled big guy. Probably give Yak a run for his money.
Yeah, I will, I'll just, fuck, man. I'm just gonna toll the dead on the guy in front of me. I know it's not gonna be full damage, but the guy that's
attacking you?
Yeah, the guy that's attacking me.
Okay, that's a wisdom save, correct?
Yeah. I don't... How fucked up does the big beefy guy look?
I mean, he definitely looks pretty fucking hurt.
Does he look like he's hurt pretty bad?
Like he's reeling from that hit, but like he's still up, but that fucked him up pretty bad.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll just toll the dead on the guy in front of me then.
Okay.
Was saving throw from him.
All right, wisdom save. That's a 16.
All right. I think what's my DC? I think it is 16 for Bart. Spells? Yeah, it's 16. Okay.
Okay, so got it right on the money.
Yeah.
Bell tolls. And in this actually sound occurring because you guys are outside of the zone of silence right now, kind of the bing bong.
Yep.
But
the sound will not.
yeah, it won't travel through. It won't travel through the zone. So the zone is still blocking it from getting out of this room.
Yeah. I just for my bonus action, not to any avail, but just be like, son, you don't want to do this. It'll be better if you just sit down.
Just looks over his shoulder at where one of these dudes is like fucking up and like blood pouring between his fingers from where he got super smacked in the face, and just looks back at you and shrugs like, don't think it's gonna work out anyway.
That's the turn.
All right. That is then gonna bring us to Julian.
I'm just checking something real quick. Bear with me.
Sorry, fucking Chad got me.
Object interaction to unsling his shield. He's like two-handed grip. Oh god, no, one-handed
Shield.
grip.
Boom.
And just saying,
No, the short one was right.
and he's gonna activate his Coin of the Depths with his action,
Okay.
targeting the two near him, and
So 1
the
and 2.
third. That'll be the third one right there.
This guy.
Yep.
Okay. How many? Can you only target 3?
I believe it says a number equal to my proficiency.
Is it
Double
equal to
check it.
proficiency or charisma bonus?
Charisma bonus. We'll get all 4 of the standing up motherfuckers.
Okay. So number 1, 1 by Bart. That's a 15. What was that?
Yes.
So saved. Number 2, right in front of you, is a 7. He is feared. Behind Gloob, 8. He is feared. And number 9, 14.
Alright, so that's 3 out of 4.
So 3 out of 4. Okay, so we're putting torches back on the ones that are feared.
Envisioning it like so that like kind of pulse goes out from him.
Yeah. Alrighty. So 1 use of the Coin of the Depths used. Seeming to get most of those targets that you wanted. That will then bring us to Gloob.
It'll bring us to my turn. Okay.
You got these 2 guys. One of them snatched you a little bit. You got the guy who's now awake right in front of you.
So I haven't seen Julian use this, so I don't know what it does to people. Do the guys behind me, just a quick glance, I mean, I'm assuming I'm like defending from them anyways. Do they look like they're about to turn and run away, or do they just look scared but still ready to fight?
They're still
Okay.
they're still ready to fight, but you can definitely see both like eyes, like they're keeping you in their peripherals, but you definitely see both of them looking at Julian and definitely looking apprehensive.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, awesome. I want to do some swashbucklery shit if I can with a hop up onto this top bunk to get out of these guys' reach, with a bonus action disengage.
Okay, I was about to say, I was like, you haven't attacked them, so okay, you get up above them.
Yeah, bonus action disengage. So just like quick hop, flip up there, take my sword. And you said he sat up in his like.
Yeah, he's kind of sat up. Yeah.
Perfect. I just want to like take my sticky hands and my climb speed and just kind of like pendulum and swing down with the butt of my rapier and just clock him in the face again if I can.
Okay, yeah, sure.
That's cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of as you hop up, they kind of both trying to slice at you, but too nimble, too quick. Getting up there and trying to swing down and get that pommel. Go ahead and roll an attack for me.
21.
21 will hit. Yeah, go ahead and roll damage.
Not a crit, but sneak attack since
Right.
I am out of their
Yeah,
range.
you're no longer in their range.
Okay.
Yep.
12 plus 5, 17. plus 7 is 24 points of bludgeoning.
24 points of bludgeoning. You smack this. You pendulum down and smack the shit out of this guy again. He reels back and just seems to be kind of dazed and like kind of falls down to an elbow for a second, but does not quite go down.
Oh shit. That's 24 plus 43.
Mhm.
These are beefy fellas.
Yep.
Yeah.
24 plus 43. Oh.
Yep. All right. Anything else for your turn?
Just a look of disappointment, and that'll be my turn.
Okay. And so just for reference, this is effectively the surprise round. He does not get to act this turn because he was surprised by getting smacked to shit. Those 4 guys got to go because they were conscious and aware of what was going on. So, ending your turn, that is going to bring us to Jakob. Jakob, you manacled. You're now back to your turn.
Jakob going to take a step right here.
Okay.
Guy on top bunk in reach.
I mean,
got a two-handed weapon. I would
yeah,
say.
I mean, yeah, we'll say we're allowing it for such a way like, yeah, we'll say those are no more than 5 feet above your head. These bunks are relatively close together.
Okay. Then Jakob would take the because just learned this is a single-edged weapon, so
Oh
make
shit.
the other edge of
Yeah, this is why you read item descriptions, Jakob.
Hey,
You're still
you
so
know-
strong, though. It's just gonna like through the guy's head.
You know
my-
what's funny?
my
I did
camera.
read the item description like several times because I made the Hero Forge model,
Mm-hmm.
and I looked at it to make the Hero Forge model for a sword.
Right.
But
I just imagine instead of you decapitating this guy, you just hit him in the neck,
Crunch.
and his head just like flops over, just fucking noodling around on his shoulder.
Jakob just, oh no, not a pirate.
So sad.
Fingers.
Damn, Bart, I'm so sorry. I held back as much as I could.
So fucked up.
So speaking of holding back, I'm gonna Great Weapon Master attack him. Is it at advantage?
Yeah.
Because he's okay.
He's both prone and unconscious, so yes, it is at an advantage.
Okay. That is not great, unfortunately.
It should be very hard for you to miss, but
17.
yeah, 17 will hit.
Oh wait, sorry. That's not true. 12.
12?
Mhm.
First swing, thunks right above his face into the into kind of the wooden frame of the bed.
Wait, these guys having 2 natural armor?
He's an AC of 14.
In there.
While sleeping?
You guys sleep in your armor all the time.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Yeah.
realize he had armor on.
Yeah,
Okay.
these guys are wearing most of their gear.
In their undies.
Yeah, in their undies, it would hit. Actually, no, it would still miss. So no, it would miss regardless.
Okay, next one.
It's a 12.
This is definitely gonna hit with a 22.
Yes, that will hit. That will definitely
Okay.
hit. Go ahead and roll damage. And it's an auto crit, so multiply your dice.
While he does that math, I have a mechanics question for you. Is the guy under me effectively prone? Still.
Yeah, still effectively prone. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna see if I crit on that last one. I didn't
Yeah.
roll at advantage.
Okay. Go ahead and roll one more.
I did not.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. That I mean that's it. That's important. It's a good looking out. That's a very important distinction.
26, I
Okay.
believe.
That's 26 total. So 16 plus 2d6 multiplied by 2, or 4d6 if you prefer, whatever your method is. Okay, so 26 points of damage. Owie wowie. Math is hard. Okay. Boom. Smack the shit. So first one, like finding purchase. Seems a rotated dude starts to stir. Before he's able to wake back up, you reel back, smack him. Like definitely hitting him like kind of across like his chest and ribs and stuff, and maybe feeling a little maybe feeling a little bit of give as you smack the fuck out of this dude with a blunt edged weapon, but this dude also bolting upright in a scream of pain.
Fucking yak or we're mutating and maiming these guys just as much as the doctor is.
Possibly, yeah. Physical permutations of their bodies. Yeah, y'all are working on it.
And then because
we only do the taking apart. We don't do the putting back together thing.
Right. So yeah, because it was a crit, you do get to make a bonus action attack with Great Weapon Master. So still prone, still at advantage. Not an auto crit anymore because he is now conscious.
22.
22 will hit, and you have a flat damage of 16. He is out for the count, and you are doing purposely dealing non-lethal damage, correct?
Yes.
So cracking across him as he starts to bolt upright, you just bring it back and give a crack across the face, and it just slumps back down into his bed.
Maybe a few less IQ points though, but not dead.
Quite possibly, yeah. Definitely some blood running down the temple, like from his forehead and everything.
And I
Stepping over to that guy.
Yep. That's all I got.
Alrighty. That is then going to bring us back to the top of the initiative. And you know what? As we come back to the top of the initiative, it's 8:59.
Oh.
We're going to go ahead and go on our break. So we'll be right back. We're going to do a quick bio before we get back into what this is. This is some insanity. So we're seeing it could go really well or it could go really badly. Only time will tell. But we'll be right back. Encourage you to refresh drinks and things all the same. So see you in a few. Bye.
Bye.
Hello! Welcome back. It's me, your boy, and these dudes over here. Same folks that were here like a little bit ago. That being said, we're back to the Gotham. So, we're gonna do some good times. What has happened so far tonight? Our party arrived to the island of the evil Duckdale, who did bad things to Mr. Julian and made him the weird sharky fish man he is today, and with hopes to murder the fuck out of him and also retrieve Julian's brother. They're of equal importance. These goals are. I'm assuming. I could be totally wrong. There could be one that's more important than the other. I don't know. But they've made their way in, successfully bluffed that they're backup from their replacements for the last guys that were brought here, or that had been brought away from here for the pirate guards, and made their way into kind of the barracks section of this place. After some brief planning, they decided there's half of the dudes here that we were told that are going to be here. We should see if we can take them out now. Deciding to try to do so non-lethally, Bart began to ritually cast a silence spell. Four of these pirates being woken by the verbal components of this spell. Successfully, told that, it's nothing, just some comfort magic, and them being, whatever. Awake during this casting. However, as soon as the spell went off, they realized something fishy was going on. Julian summoned a weapon, which further tipped them off. Jakob manacled the doors shut, and fucking Gloob started his freelance dentistry career on a sleeping man. We're now going to enter our second full round of combat here at the top of the initiative on the Pirates Who Are Awake's turn. So, these guys who are torched up are, they are frightened by Julian's effect, which, Julian, can you remind me how long that lasts?
1 minute.
Make it a little dark. Make it a little bit dark. I want it like a little like moonlight kind of thing going on. Yeah.
I can see those torches a little bit better.
Yeah, that's what was kind of my thought. Like, it'd be a little easier to see. If it makes it too hard to see, somebody let me know. I'll mess around with it some more. Back to their turn. So we got a few folks that are frightened by Julian and his spooky coin. This guy not so much, who's still kind of on his warpath to try to stop the magic that apparently is encompassing that area and silence that he saw Bart cast. So he's gonna make 2 more attacks against you. Okay.
All right.
That is a natural 20.
Uncanny dodge.
On attack number 1.
Counter spell.
Okay, so that's going to be 9 points of piercing damage. Concentration check.
Oh. Yeah, ridiculously high.
Okay, so succeeding. Second attack missing. That first one sneaking in and getting some damage off on you, but you're able to bat aside the other one. As this guy just kind of says, I don't know who you are or why you're here. Fucking with the princess is not a good idea. That's going to end his turn. This guy is frightened of Julian and just got spooked. Kind of glancing over his shoulder, is seeing what's going on here, but not wanting to abandon his buddy is going to try to make a couple attacks at you, Julian, at disadvantage.
Yeah.
That is a 15 on the first attack, smacking that away with your shield. And I'm sorry, one more time, could you tell me what the duration on your fear was?
1 minute.
1 minute. Okay, and do they get to remake their saves?
At the end of their turn.
At the end of their turn. So these first two attacks seeming pretty shaken from the magic of your spell, lashing out both times. You're able to smack one away with, like, catch one on the shield and brush the other away with your club hammer thing. He is going to remake his saving throw. Failing, still seeming to be frightened of you.
Nice.
That's going to bring us to these two guys who are also frightened. They're kind of looking at what's going on. You have beat the shit out of this guy right here below you, Gloob. It's kind of occurring to them that things are completely silent. They're going to kind of look around. This guy is going to use his action to wake this guy up. As he kind of reaches up and just shakes this dude violently. This dude is going to kind of looking around. Sees Jakob by this guy and is actually going to come up towards Jakob because he can move away from Julian, just not towards him. And is going to kick this guy awake. So I'm going to put... I know torches are going to be very confusing in this fight, in this combat, because they're being used to signify consciousness as well as status effects. So, those two guys have been woken up. We'll just kind of roll them in as like a second bunch. Oof. So they'll be going kind of the top next turn. Okay. All right. So there we go. Those guys being shaken awake. So sorry. All this coughing in people's ears. My apologies. Alright, so that's their turns. That's going to bring us to Bart.
Alright, well, this is turning into a not fun show real quickly. Looks like I'm going to end up wasting a second level spell anyway.
Okay, what you doing?
So, I'll summon up a spiritual weapon behind this dude and give him a bonk on the head.
Okay, which dude are you doing that to?
The one that's right in front of me.
Yeah,
But
that's right in front of you.
That's a natural 20, though.
Nice.
So he'll take 2d8. That's a 1 and an 8, so 9 plus 5 is 14 damage.
14 points of damage.
Yeah, and then he can make a wisdom saving throw as I use my action to cast Toll the Dead on him again.
Okay, I'm so sorry. You said 14, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, and then wisdom saving throw. Holy shit, that's an 18 on the dice, so saving on that again. I don't know why this dude's wisdom saves are so good. He saved against the Toll the Dead, he saved against the fear. So he gets Toll the Dead again. So he gets whacked in the back and just kind of looking at that as you do your Toll and still just kind of shaking his head. Not quite
so
seem to
I
get in
rolled
there.
an 11 and a 10.
Oh,
Son of a bitch.
that'd been really good.
Before you move forward with that, real quick,
Yes.
I'm not trying to fuck us up, but I don't want this to bite us in the ass later. Is silence not a concentration spell?
It is, but spiritual weapon is not concentration.
Oh, it's not.
Nope.
Yeah.
That is why it is
Oh,
busted.
So good.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, I about had a stroke.
No,
I was
you're-
like, Bart.
You're fine.
No, you're good. Spiritual weapon, real good spell. Very efficient for its level.
It's good basically because of that.
Yeah.
I was getting ready to be like, y'all run this way and just fucking shadow ball the whole end of the fucking.
No.
Oh, I always forget that that's a thing.
What's up?
There you go. Now the lighting should change for you guys. Sorry.
Yep.
I always forget. You gotta click that apply to game board. Because it changes for me, and I'm just like, oh yeah, that's good. I should just
Yeah,
leave
that's
it.
a
Like,
lot
fuck
better.
you guys. You guys, it doesn't. I don't care about your experience. Doesn't matter to me. Okay, is that gonna be it for your turn, Bart?
That's it for my turn. I will say to him, you messed up fucking with Sorolly.
He looks confused.
I don't know who that
Yeah, I
is.
don't know who that is. Basically, yeah, he's rolled a natural 1 on a religion check, so he's no fucking idea who's rolling.
I doubt he would. This guy's rolling like a fucking He-Man. He's critting. He's rolling all of his wisdom.
He's the one. This is the
This
Neo
guy's
of this
secretly the
pirate
doctor.
compound. All right. So, ending your turn, that's gonna bring us to Julian.
Julian, he's got this terrified guy in front of him. Is just going to start laughing as he reaches up, kind of pulls that mask down below his face a little bit, and just gives him a giant toothy grin.
Okay, so you're taking off the mask.
Just pulling it down for this
Okay.
guy
All
to
right.
see. And then just absolute blood-curdling screaming primordial. He's gonna cast Hex and then try and cave this man's head in.
Okay, go ahead and roll your attacks for me. Definitely like eyes wide and in like a bit of like recognition, like at the very least, your affliction, it looks familiar. Like this is definitely like, oh shit.
Rolling at advantage, that is a 19 and a 1 on the dice.
Nice. All right, so that's one hit.
For 18 points of damage.
Very nice. One big smackaroonie.
There's a 16 hit.
That does hit.
Okay. I was like, ooh, I don't know about that one now. For 15 points of damage on that one.
15 points of damage, so that's going to be a total of 30. That was 18 plus 15, so a total of 33.
Yep.
Okay. Ow. He is looking rough, but it is definitely like staggering from those two just smack blows. Like the runes of your hex kind of flaring up each time and definitely seeming to contribute to that damage. Alright, so that can be it with your turn? It for your turn?
Yeah.
Alright, Gloob, that is going to bring us to your turn. You see these guys have kind of moved back. They're starting to wake up other people. That guy below you is still up.
Okay. I will spend my fuck. Yeah, this stuff. What is he? He's still prone.
Yeah, he's still prone. He has not gotten to go yet.
In that case, I will hop down here, turn to him, and he will not hear me say, "Just go back to sleep."
Smack him again. Alright, go ahead and roll another attack.
26.
26 will hit, and he is super unconscious at this juncture. This is still non-lethal damage?
Yes.
Okay, so he is also now unconscious.
Awesome.
As you've smacked him multiple times. This one finally kind of catching him in the temple as he just collapses onto the bed.
Okay. For my knowledge, so that's 5 feet. Which ones have been shaken awake and that are beside Jakob, and which ones have not?
This one has been shaken awake,
Okay.
and then the other big guy that's right next to Jakob has also been shaken awake.
Okay. I think I can do this. I'm just gonna double check real quick and make sure. Every time save you put a proficiency bonus, will you can invoke happens without it when they take the attack action. Shit. Yeah, I'm gonna use one charge of Captain's Bravado.
Okay.
And I want to hop up to this one that's still sleeping.
Okay,
if I
which
can.
one?
This
That guy
right
over here? Sure.
Yeah, that hasn't been shaken awake yet.
Go ahead and make your secondary attack.
Yeah,
Boom.
and
So-
use Captain's Bravado.
Yeah, this one will not get sneak attack because
It
can
will
you
sneak attack
choose?
once per turn?
I guess the question is, would you have applied sneak attack to that first guy?
I mean, yeah, I would
Okay.
have. And I've also think that it's always on the first one.
Is it
that
always
hits.
on the first? Okay, I wasn't quite
that's
sure
the
whether
way
you
we've
could
rolled it in
choose
the
or
past,
not.
I think.
Okay.
I don't think it has to be if you're hitting different targets, but you would, if you say you would have done it, then
Yeah, that would be the question. Okay, so this one will be, this will be, assuming it hits an auto crit, but just no sneak attack.
24 to hit.
Yeah, 24 hits, so that'll be a crit with your, just with the, I guess just 1d8 plus flat.
16 points of bludgeoning.
Okay, so 16 points. Why is math hard? Okay, socking the crap out of that guy, definitely, and this also coming awake. All right. Ready? That's gonna be it for your turn. That guy's unconscious, bringing us to Jakob. You are mute. Okay, there we go.
I'm going to Great Weapon Master the guy on the top, who's still asleep.
This guy right here.
So we're getting them crits out of the way, buddy.
Yeah. Makes sense. So attacking this guy above the big dude who just got woken up? Okay. Go ahead and roll that attack.
Be non-lethal.
Alright. I'm going to assume non-lethal until one of you guys says otherwise. Important point of order. Force.
Toll the Dead.
Yeah, Toll the Dead and Spiritual Weapon cannot be non-lethal.
I know.
Okay, just making sure.
15.
15 does hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
This situation has escalated out of a controlled environment.
28.
28 points of damage. Very nice. Hits the fuck out of him. He is still up.
And now to the guy who is on the bottom bunk. He will be getting Great Weapon Mastered twice lethally.
Okay, so you're trying to kill the bottom guy. Gotcha.
Yeah. From now on, because I think everybody else is awake now.
No?
That, no. Yeah, everybody has now been woken up because this guy got knocked out. This guy has also been knocked out. This guy got shaken awake. This guy just got smacked awake by Gloob. That guy got shaken awake, and then this guy just got slapped awake as well. So everybody in here has either been knocked unconscious or has been woken up in one form or another.
Just sleeping.
Alright. 22?
22 to hit will hit. So not a crit, but go ahead and roll damage.
7 plus 23.
23 points of damage, very nice.
They act on the round after they're woken up, or the round that they're woken up?
They're gonna act on the round after they've been woken up. I kind of have Pirate Group A and Group B, and everybody who's in Group B is getting rolled into B. Actually,
another crit.
You rolled natural 20. Very nice. All right, go ahead and roll out that damage.
31 points.
31 points of damage. Very nice. Okay. Oh, whoops. That's the wrong number.
Oh, wow. I rolled really good on that one. I got a 17 and a 20.
Very nice. So, smacking the shit out of this dude. Two big ones. Still up, but definitely hurting. He got woken up by his friend. Looks around and immediately gets smashed twice by this big dude in full plate. All right.
Wake up! You're about to get murdered.
What the fuck? Ah! All right. Is that gonna be it for your turn, Jakob?
That will be it for my turn.
Okay. That's gonna bring us back to the top of the initiative. Unfortunately, I rolled literally the exact same thing for both groups of pirates. So everybody is now up. I'm gonna untorch these guys since they are not affected by status effects, and we don't have to differentiate anymore. So we'll go through Group A first. This guy is getting smacked. He is damned and determined. You are a problem. So he keep trying to hit you. Yeah, Bart. So that is another natural 20. This is the luckiest fucking pirate on the face of the planet.
Okay. What's the second attack?
So that's 9 more points of piercing damage.
Oh, okay.
Second attack is a 17, which misses your AC.
Okay.
So he's getting in some lucky hits.
Our concentration check is fine.
All right, yeah. You're right now. He's only hitting you hard enough to make DC 10. Now we're just gonna work our way backwards. So this guy is going to kind of seeing shit going down right there. See if he decides he's not abandoning that dude to the two of you, so he's gonna keep attacking you, Julian. That first attack misses at disadvantage. That is cocked. This guy just is dropping a natural 20. Fucking if I could roll a die. Can I just hold on? I just want to do a brief little. Can y'all see? Oh no, you can't because of my shit. I gotta take a picture. I shit you not. This dude just rolled. Yeah, this dude just rolled double natural 20s. I shit you not.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I rolled it. The first one was like it was a natural 20, and then it was cocked into the corner of the dice tray. Re-rolled it. Second natural 20. Ooh. You instant die. You are dead. He kills you. So that'll be a hit. For 13 points of piercing damage.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
The other dude's been rolling really shitty on his crits. Okay, him. That guy's unconscious.
Half health me.
Unconscious. This guy is up. He can't move towards Julian. So he can't get into his face. He's like looking at you, Gloob. Because he sees you smacking his buddy. But then looks over at Julian and looks very concerned. And also I'm gonna.
Julian just gives him the bro nod. Shut up.
The guy who crit you though is still frightened of you, by the way.
Good.
Roll double natural 20s, but still afraid of you. This guy then, like, everybody's woken up or whatever by now, is going to turn around, is just going to make a couple of attacks against Jakob. For a miss on the first attack. And a miss on the second. Both of them just kind of clanging off your armor, Jakob, as you kind of... You don't hear it, but you feel something scraping along your the back plates of your plate armor. Then... This guy is also going to make his 2 against you, since you're beating the shit out of his buddy.
Oh, wait, because they get disadvantage on attacks while they can see me, not just against me.
Correct.
Ha ha ha, forgot about that.
So that's a miss. And then that's also a miss. So this guy just, like, these attacks just seeming to be kind of, it's slightly shaky hands, not seeming to be able to find purchase in your plate. So that's then going to bring us the dudes that were asleep and are now waking up. So we're gonna stand people up real quick, but for ease of stuff, this guy's kind of hopping down, is looking around, and is just very confused. You're seeing a lot of lips going, as there's no people can't talk, and they're going, oh shit, I can't talk, and seeing like weapons drawn, and like sees like some comrades like blood dripping off of them as they've been beaten into unconsciousness. This guy is not feared. He is going to step up towards Gloob. And basically both of these guys are going to kind of like rapid leg moving, using, you know, their object nerves, like snatching out like short swords and scimitars like out from under pillows. They've got that like, now this is a knife, like kind of situation going on. And they're going to make their attacks at Gloob. So 4 attacks coming your way, buddy. That is a 22.
Hits.
Another natural 20.
Hits.
A 17, which misses.
Misses.
And another 16, which misses. So we got...
Saturday night. That just means that Ian's gonna roll like fire come Monday.
No, yeah, but I guess that's what that means. Either, yeah, which does not bode well, because that means I'm gonna continue to like kill myself apparently on Saturdays. So that first is for 6 points of piercing, Gloob. The crit is for 7 points of piercing, because he rolled really bad on his crit.
I will. I was gonna say it. You said the damage already. I will uncanny dodge one of them.
Okay. Pick whichever. It halves down to either 3 or 4. First one to 3. Second one would have been halved down to 4.
Okay.
Brings us to kind of this dude who's going to stand up. We're gonna see, because he's gonna kind of see there's a dude like directly below him and a lot of friends behind him. He's gonna make an acrobatics check to see if he can kind of flip past to that square right next to Jakob. And just kind of not quite sticking the landing, but kind of stumbling down, but barely kind of keeping his footing. Is going to make his 2 attacks against Jakob as well. So those are going to be both of them just more clanging off your armor. These guys really struggling with Jakob today. And then
They're sleeping.
Good.
Yes.
And then that leaves this guy. Oh, nope, not you. Stand back up. Wrong guy. This guy, who is going to kind of slide, kind of hopping off of his bed, kind of muscling past you as you're kind of getting attacked. Yeah, because he's not having to move through your square technically, but is going to reach up under his bunk and pull out one of those big mauls. Not sure what's going on, but he just got very much attacked. And is going to make a couple of attacks against you. So let's see. First one is cocked as hell. Okay, that's going to be a 19 to hit. I believe, does that hit your AC, Jakob?
Yes.
Okay. That is going to be only 8 points of bludgeoning damage, and I need you to make a strength saving throw for me.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. So as this maul hits you, I say barely, you manage to keep your feet as you feel like you could have possibly just been like slammed to the floor by the force behind this blow. It comes in for the second attack. That is going to be a dirty 20 on the second. Jesus Christ. Good thing I've got other D6s. 4, 5, 9. That's going to be 14 points of bludgeoning damage on the second, and I'm going to need another strength saving throw from you.
17.
17. This barely managed to keep your feet the second time as he just slams once and then slams the other way, trying to knock you from your feet with those attacks, but you are keeping your feet. As you can see, this dude's mouth moving in what is clearly some expletives and probably threats, but you can't hear it.
Don't forget your heavy armor, Master. Just making sure, because we need every hit point we can get.
Okay, ending all of the pirates' turns that are still up. That is gonna bring us back to Bart.
Hey, I rolled a 26 to hit with spiritual weapon, and give me another wisdom saving throw.
10-4. We're gonna go ahead and what's that damage on that spiritual weapon?
13.
13. Dude definitely looks like he's having a hard time, but he is up, and then let's see, wisdom save.
10.
I shit you not, another 16. This dude this is the best any NPC has ever rolled ever, and it's a fucking minion. Like, holy fuck.
The dice want this guy to
live. They want this dude to fucking, they're like, live. There's no way. But like, things on his rolling ends are just going very well. Ending your turn, unless, is there anything else you want to do?
I'll go ahead, and just for the sake of it, I will move my my spiritual weapon right here and move through him, since I'm a halfling. I can do that unless that guy's small.
Easy peasy. No. And we'll say one of the other guys was one of the small dudes.
Bart just fucking Dark Souls jump rolls through the guy.
God damn, that's basically what halflings are doing. Yeah, he's kind of fucking, he may be fat rolling a little bit over there because he's got the half plate and he's only got a dex of like 12 or 14.
Well,
but
technically in Dark Souls, I believe it's your endurance which determines your carry weight.
Oh,
so it's kind of like
that's
your
a good point.
constitution in some ways. I don't think Bart.
You're like medium rolling. You're medium rolling.
Yeah. I definitely don't have the agile roll. Not a chance.
All right, easy enough to do. Ending your turn is going to bring us to Julian.
Give this guy another smackaroony.
Okay, go ahead and roll it.
Everybody out here, including the NPCs, getting nat 20s, but not I. That is a
no.
19.
God damn, you're rolling very close to natural 20s. Okay.
No, I didn't roll a 19. The result was.
Oh, result was a 19. That hits. Go ahead and roll damage. Actually, don't. I don't think. Actually, no. Go ahead and roll it. I think you could roll really bad.
17.
17. No, yeah. Fuck it, dude. It's dining rings. Are you? Here's the thing.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
You may be trying to do non-lethal damage with the weapon. You are dealing. Have you been rolling your d6 for your ranger subclass?
Yes.
That is piercing damage. That cannot be non-lethal.
It's up to you, DM. This guy's in our junk trying to kill us.
I know. I'm just saying.
I was going to be rolling 50-50 to see if Julian's even trying.
I mean, that's up to you. Is Julian trying to not kill these guys? Because the thing is,
rolling 50-50 to see if.
I don't know if it really matters because your hex is also necrotic damage.
If he's dead, he's dead.
So.
Yeah. Just,
yeah. You're hitting them with things that are lethal in their damage.
He just apocalyptos the fuck out of this guy.
Yeah.
God damn. I mean, he might be bleeding out. You don't have to be like, I rip his head off and laugh gleefully.
And then just, swing up to knock it and then whirling it around, pointing at the guy, cursing him, smacking him too.
Okay, moving your hex as a bonus action. Make that attack roll for me.
26.
Yeah, 26 will hit. Yes. Go ahead and roll damage.
Maximum damage on the dice, though.
Hell yeah. What's that come out to?
19 points of damage.
19 points of damage takes this guy out as well. So you just turn around.
Kind of bat.
Wham, wham. Just
Hell yeah, good job.
laying these two guys out. That guy, as well as he had been doing, it is not good enough, it seems. All right, is that going to be it for your turn, Julian?
Now I still got my movement.
All right.
Which of these other two bros is scared?
This guy here and this guy here are both the ones that are frightened.
We'll move up to help out.
You gonna go help out Gloob?
Yeah.
Okay, so I believe that steps you into the zone of silence. So you've been like smacking the shit. It's been like sounds of battle. You've just been seeing this silent like struggle going on from your other two party members, and then you step into that bubble and just as everything just stops sound-wise. Yeah. It's eerie. It's kind of like being deep under the water, but even more so. Like complete silence.
Julian's in the warlock equivalent of a barbarian rage right now, so he probably doesn't even.
I don't know if there's a warlock equivalent, but noted. All right, ending Julian's turn. That's going to bring us to Gloob. Gloob, you've started smacking up on this guy. He woke up and immediately started swinging in retaliation.
Okay, I have it all typed out because I'm going to have to step away in a second. But
yeah.
This makes it quick. I'm going to bonus action disengage and hop down to right here.
Okay.
I rolled my attack roll. It's a natural 20 for a total of 45 points of bludgeoning damage against this guy right here.
Yeah, that guy right there. Okay, out of curiosity, since it's a natural 20, how do you want to... Are you trying to kill this guy, or are you still trying to knock him unconscious?
I'm just knocking people unconscious. I don't think the plan has changed.
Okay, so you just go flipping up over this guy, and while you're in the air, he's just kind of like looking up at you like, what the fuck? Clonking him while you're still kind of upside down in the air right in the middle of the forehead as he just collapses like a sack of potatoes.
Awesome. And then, so that's 5, 10, 15 feet of my movement. I have another 10 feet. Wait, are there people still awake behind me?
Nope. Currently, everybody who is prone is unconscious or dead.
Right,
you're not quite sure
right
which.
There and end my turn.
Easy enough. All right. And in Gloob's turn, that's going to bring us to Jacob. Jacob, you are in a bit of a precarious situation. There are a lot of dudes all around you.
Indeed. I am going to target the
big guy
with one attack.
Okay, go ahead and roll it. Is this a great weapon master or a regular?
It'd be a great weapon master.
Okay.
With an 8, that's a miss.
Yeah, unfortunately, that one coming out, this dude is now all the way awake. You go to swing, like you go to that big overhand swing, and this dude just kind of takes the head of his warhammer and just slaps it to the side as it clangs silently into the stone beside you. Okay.
And then is the guy that Jakob's pointing at the one that
This guy?
he hit before?
Yes, that's the guy that you hit above the bunk, and he kind of like went to do kind of like what Gloob did, which was like jump over you and land into that space, and he kind of he wanted to try to hit you as he went over you, but missed, and then kind of stumbled his landing, but then kind of got back to his feet.
As Jakob goes to hit the big guy with the sharp end, gonna swing back after getting the deflection and try to hit the guy that he's pointing at non-lethally.
Okay, so you're trying to kill the big dude, just trying to knock out the other guys. Okay, go and roll that attack. Is this also a great weapon master?
Yes.
Okay.
21.
21 will hit. He has 14 HP. He is unconscious as this you bring it like from the sharp side to just crashing down onto like his clavicle, and he just goes to the ground as you're continuing to like you shove him to the floor with the flat the blunt side of your sword.
I just remembered I need to check the wording of something.
Okay.
I'm not reducing his hit points to 0, am I?
Technically speaking, you are still reducing his hit points to 0.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's kind of like
You're just non-lethally.
they automatically.
Yeah,
have
they're
those
automatically
successful saving
stable.
throws.
Yeah, they're automatically stable at 0 when you're doing non-lethal damage.
I thought I was fucking myself by non-lethally taking him down.
No.
Then I get to take another swing at the big boy.
Okay. Still a great weapon master or regular?
Great weapon master.
Gotcha. Go ahead and roll it.
So you're using the blade against the big guy?
Yeah.
So I just imagine blade, blunt, blade.
Something like that. That's kind of what it looks like.
That's what I was going for. I'm gonna use a D6 to precision strike.
Okay. Go ahead and roll it.
That makes it a 20.
A 20 will hit. Go ahead and roll your damage out. I don't think it matters, but...
8 plus 16, 24.
Oh yeah, your flat damage is 16, 24. So yeah, just this guy, you knock out his friend, and then just kind of whirling it back around. He goes to try to deflect it again. He doesn't, as your blade just kind of cuts through across his throat, fucking decapitating him.
Then I will spin around and just kind of smile at him.
Alrighty. Did I roll to see if these two guys dropped to their fear? I don't think I did. Julian, do you recall if I rolled for I remember rolling for the first guy and he failed again. Did I roll for those other two?
I honestly do not know.
I don't think you said you don't think I did?
I don't think you did.
Okay, so one is now free of his fear. Both of those other two are no longer feared. So, okay. Alrighty, that'd be it for you, Jakob.
So they both succeeded on their saves.
Yeah, they had a 16 and a 17 respectively
Gotcha.
on their saving throws that time around finally. But still doing a lot of work. Disadvantage is a motherfucker. That's good stuff. All right. So ending Jakob's turn, bring us back to the top. That brings us back to the pirates. What few there are. They're kind of like they can't. There's no sound, and they're just saying all their friends. They just saw one of them just be fucking decapitated, and there's this big dude who just decapitated him between them and an exit, and they were just kind of like locked in here. So they kind of have very few options. Let's see here. Those guys are both unconscious. This guy's unconscious, I guess. So we have very few boys left. They are gonna kind of try to do what they can. This guy's gonna kind of turn around and move over here, and they're all just basically gonna try to focus fire Jakob because he's the one that is like right at the door. So you got 6 attacks coming your way, Jakob. So that's 2 misses for the first guy. That is a 22 on 1 attack for a hit.
Yep.
And then a 24 on an attack, so you get two hits on you
Okay.
out of those 6. And that is going to be 7 and 5 points of piercing damage, respectively. So 4 and 2.
Oh no,
So taking a total of 6 points of damage between those 2 attacks.
he's done for.
Goodbye, everybody.
My headset fell off my head. Did Jakob go unconscious?
Yeah, he's dead.
No.
He's dead.
Oh, good lord.
They did double my health.
No.
in 1 attack.
They hit him twice and dealt 6 points of damage, and I was like, oh no, he's done
Yeah.
for.
Oh, okay.
We're fighting
God damn it.
Orcus. You didn't know?
So,
My headset fell off for like a second and a half, all right? And I just get back, and the last thing I heard is he gets hit by 6 attacks.
he's getting attacked 6 times. He didn't get hit by 6 of them. Okay. Ending their turn is going to be Bart.
All right. It's up to you, DM.
Sure.
Can I glance at these fellas and see if they're stable? Like if there's blood.
Which ones?
The 2 guys on both sides of me.
The ones that Julian hit?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they look like they have taken lethal blows. So they are either dead or dying. You're not quite sure which.
All right. Healer's kit on the one closest to Brila. Action.
Okay.
Stabilize
So
him.
immediately stabilize this guy. Okay.
Is he dead?
High-low, Bart.
Always high.
Do I not waste my charge if I'm like, oh, this motherfucker's dead?
You would have to make a check. A wisdom check you'd have to make a medicine check to see if he was dead or dying in the first place. So if you're just applying it one way or the other and hoping for the best, you're going to use it regardless.
Okay, but it would take my action to check
Correct.
to see if he was alive or not.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and use the charge.
So, stable with a 54 on the percentiles. Yeah, that's close.
That's
Near
quite
thing.
the wild thing. And
Yeah.
it's an action to do that, right?
Correct.
All right. Shit, there's no one. Why is everyone so far away?
Everybody
Fuck.
is a little bit of ways away.
I've been here.
I just moving
Can't
your
quite hit
spiritual.
anything.
The doorknob kind of floats menacingly farther forwards. All right. That is then gonna bring us to Julian.
All right. The guy I was running up on got shiggity shanked by
He got
my
bonked.
frog buddy.
There was no shanking.
Bonk.
He got bonked.
All right. Let's actually make this. We're gonna take 10 steps back outside of the silence.
Okay.
Like the way the model is, like getting it to point the right direction is a pain. Going to transfer my hex to this guy, the one up on the bunks,
Okay.
and then we're going to, reach up, calling forth shadowy tentacles from the bunk itself to seize him, crunch him, and yeet him towards me.
All right. Roll those attacks.
A 14 plus
That'll
7.
Yeah, that hits. So he just kind of moves 10 feet towards you.
He is going to move more than that.
Does he get a save for the ranger stuff?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Never fucking mind. Yeah, he just moves 10 feet.
So he just kind of gets yoinked, like basically diagonal, falling down off of these bunks to this
Yep.
square. Okay.
Dealing 11 points of damage on the first one.
Very nice.
We established a 16 hits, right?
16 does hit. Yep.
Okay. And 11 points of damage on the next one.
He is looking very rough, as like he just looks very haggard, like like you'd see kind of some of his fingers look like they're very clearly broken and things of that nature. Like he looks unwell. All right. Does that be it for your turn?
People can occupy the same space as spiritual weapons, right? Because they don't take up. I believe we looked
I think
it
you
up
can.
and
Yeah, I guess so. Because it's technically ethereal.
yeah.
So I suppose so.
Yeah. It's just taking his time, not running, just spinning the bat in his hands.
Alrighty. That be it for your turn.
Yeah. It's movement bonus and attacks.
Perfect. Ending your turn, that is going to bring us to Gloob.
All right. The plan has changed.
You saw Jakob. You see Jakob like moving between smacking some people with the not sharp side, but you just watch him fucking decapitate this other dude. So
right, and I just saw
Julian like
Eldritch
yeah.
Blast. So there's something's going on. Something's fucky here.
Non-lethal decapitation, thank you.
You said sharp side. that was not non-lethal.
I don't think you can non-lethally decapitate.
He's like, I don't know. Have you ever seen a historical show called Futurama?
Yeah, I was getting ready to say, unless you like lightsaber them and then stick their head directly in a jar.
Keep that shit oxygenated.
I'm gonna attack this guy right in front of me because I can't get sneak attack if I move up anywhere else.
This dude right here. All right, go ahead.
The guy right diagonal to me.
Yeah, roll that attack.
25 to hit.
That'll hit. Yeah, go ahead and roll damage. Are you still doing non-lethal or are you stabbing him?
I don't know why the plan has changed. So I'm just gonna. This guy's just been snatched in front of me, and does he like land prone or?
He doesn't land prone, but he's kind of like stumbling down.
As he stumbles down, well, I guess he's probably eye level with me. I'm just
gonna
hit him with the back of my. Ooh, not good. 8, and then 10 for 18, and then another 8 for 18 plus 8 for 26 points of bludgeoning damage.
Out like a light.
Nice.
And I'm just gonna throw up my fucking arms towards Julian and Jakob. You'll probably see me mouth like, "What the fuck happened?" And then Scheisse. I'm gonna just step up right here.
Alrighty.
And how's Jakob looking? Is Jakob looking okay or?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Fuck, I'll just tap this guy on the shoulder.
Just kind of tap.
Yep.
Dude's like kind of like definitely like fuck. Looks over your shoulder, looks kind of confused, looks back and down, like seeing all the people down behind him, just like, uh oh, like eyes just widen.
Don't do
it. Silent.
Don't do it.
All right, is that gonna be it for your turn?
Yep, that's it.
All right, this is gonna bring us to Jakob.
Violence, speed, momentum. These are the things you need to kill pirates. Great master attack the guy in front of me.
All right, dirty 20 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
19.
19 points of damage. Very nice. Oh wait. All right. Good deal. Make a second attack. Also, great weapon master.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
That's gonna be a miss with an 11.
She smacked the shit out of. Are these non-lethal, or are you going full murder the fuck out of them?
Lethal.
Lethal. So slicing deeply across him, like opening up this dude's chest the first time. Going in for the second one as he just kind of like using his forearm and like his short sword braced on it, just kind of sends it skittering off into the side, kind of clunking into one of the beds. All right, is that gonna be it for your turn?
That's all she wrote.
That brings us back to these guys. It is dead silence. They don't really have any reason to believe they will be allowed to live from what they have seen so far. they're to see if they could try to. They're just trying to get past Jakob. So 4 attacks coming Jakob's way. From these two guys anyway. Yeah, because they're the only ones that are up.
Oh yeah, they don't have disadvantage anymore.
Yeah, they don't have disadvantage anymore. That's 1 hit from the first guy. And so we've had a 23 and a 19 to hit on these 2 attacks. On the 2 attacks that would land. So that is going to be 9 points of piercing on the first and 8 points of piercing on the second. So down to 6 and 5. So take 11 damage total from these 2 attacks. Alrighty. They're just kind of like this. They're kind of seeing what's going on. This guy's kind of half turned sideways because he sees Gloob, and then Julian kind of right behind him. They definitely aren't looking super happy about their situation. That brings us to Bart.
Hey, I'm stable this other guy.
Okay, stabilizing him as well.
Yeah.
Alright, give it another 50-50. Okay, yeah, that one is stable. This one was a 74, so yeah, they were both just dying. So you managed to stabilize those 2 guys.
Bonk.
Okay, and you're smacking this guy. Go ahead and roll that attack.
23.
23 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
8 damage.
8. All right. Okay. Smack. Just kind of cold cocking this dude with the fucking spiritual doorknob. He's like bonk. All right. Does that be it for your turn?
Yeah.
All right. Ending Bart's turn is gonna bring us to Julian.
You're muted.
Yep.
Motherfucker. So these 2 folks in front of me just continuing to walk forward. There we go. Transferring Hex to the guy in front of me. Giving him the bonks from behind.
All right. Go ahead and roll those attacks for me.
Does a 15 hit?
15 does just hit those guys.
Oh, thank Jesus. So a 15 and an 18.
Okay, so both hit. Roll damage.
$12 on the first.
Okay. A nice smack. And on the second?
15.
15. Second attack, bringing him to unconsciousness.
Just
Wait.
forward.
Or potential unconsciousness. Potential death. Who knows? So that guy is down.
There's 1 guy left alive, right?
Correct.
Just pointing the mace at him, just covered in his buddy's blood.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I can. I know I can't make an intimidation check without an attack or without an action, but
right.
Let's see if he gets the message.
So far, the message is y'all are fucking dying. So as far as they've been able to tell, in silence, apparently. So, all right. Ending Julian's turn. That's gonna bring us to Gloob.
I forget I was after Julian. Okay. Julian's pointing at this guy while he's distracted. I'm gonna spend my movement and my bonus action to give myself advantage. Okay. And I am just gonna look at Julian pointing at this guy. I'm gonna take the pommel on my sword, jump up, and just like chaos dunk the top of this guy's head.
Okay, roll that attack.
Glad I gave myself advantage. Yeah, that's 27 to hit.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Just misses.
Yeah, just misses.
Fuck. He just rolled d20s for everybody's stats and AC.
Yep.
Plus 10, 24. 29 points of bludgeoning damage.
Very nice. That hurt real bad.
Shit.
Okay. But he is still up, just hopping up, and just dung, and he definitely like kind of starts to kind of like to go down, but rallies enough. It seems like to maintain his consciousness.
I like your cut, G.
Boom. All right. Anything else for your turn, Gloob?
That's it for me.
All right. Ending your turn is gonna bring us to Jakob.
I'm sorry, Gloob. I'm gonna regular attack.
Okay, lethal or non-lethal?
Lethal.
Lethal. All right.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20 hits. It fucking kills. Let me see how much you're downing him by.
12.
12 damage was a regular attack.
Mhm.
Okay. 12 damage. He is still up.
Next.
Barely.
Oh, that was cool as fuck. I wish y'all could have seen that. I fucking threw my dice, and it bounced in the thing, and then hit the edge, spun, and then spun back into my dice tray.
Swag money. What did it land on though? Because that determines how cool it was.
It was 15.
15 total? Yeah, 15
Oh,
hits?
no.
Oh.
20.
Yeah, 15 plus 6 definitely hits. Yeah, no. Absolutely. That would be so fuck. Can you imagine it doesn't get cool roll? Natural 1. Fuck!
9.
9 points of lethal.
Mhm.
He is dead. So,
I want to cut him in half.
I'll say 9 damage isn't quite enough to cut him in half, but you just bring down that your greatsword, like I said, once it gets across the clavicle, and it sinks in like a solid portion of the way where you kind of have to put your boot on him and just kind of kick him off of it and yank it out. And that is all hostiles in your zone of silence and in this room currently dealt with. You guys are out of initiative.
I would like to try and healers kit some folks that might be dead.
You have there's one other that you may. The two that Jakob brought down, one is decapitated, the other has giant into his chest. He's dead as fuck. The other one that Julian brought down, however, you are able to stabilize.
Okay. So how many are dead out of the 10?
2.
2? Okay. Cool.
Ultimately, yeah. Since you went right after each one, and since apparently the percentiles want for there to be survivors.
All right.
Followed behind us like some kind of Death Ward street sweeper.
Oh. Right.
I will go about trying to pull those guys out of the silenced area back towards the furthest section of the room, into the non-silent section. Just their unconscious body, trying to give them a good old drag.
I will assist.
Glue will immediately grab a blanket and try to prevent any blood that may be trying to roll underneath the door right now to the other side.
Smart.
Julian will help.
Interesting. Can anybody hear this music? This seems very, very quiet for me for some reason.
Soundtail or Tailspire?
Soundtail.
I cannot hear it at all.
Nothing's playing on Soundtail.
Huh. Okay, well, Tailspire, you will be all of tonight's conduit for music.
Let me open Tailspire back up.
Did you?
Alright, no, I'd muted it, but then I just went to unmute it, and it let me see here. I still I don't hear jack squat. What about change it?
One second.
Yeah, I don't know what I did. Oh, no, there we go. Got it. Got it. That's not what y'all are hearing.
There it is.
I fixed it. Apparently, when you mute it, it doesn't tick the mute, like if you just drag the volume all the way down, it doesn't tick the mute box, but it pauses it.
Gotcha.
Which I forget is a feature. So. Alright. So yeah, these guys are all unconscious all around you, Gloob. You are trying to prevent blood from leaking underneath the door. And Bart, you said you were dragging them all towards the back like towards this like back area of the room.
Yeah.
Nemesis. Seeing them try to stop the blood from going underneath the door, I would start with the headless body and then the clavicle guy.
Okay. So corpses being dragged to the back.
You get outside of the zone of silence and just go. Well, they're not gonna make any noise. We don't need to pull them away.
Keeps
Okay,
the blood away
much
from the
more
door.
intense.
All right. And then I guess after however long it takes, Bart's kind of idea is to drag all the bedding and I guess the little makeshift like mattresses or.
I mean, they're straight up like they're like not like super nice mattresses, but they're like thin like cots and things that are on these benches and stuff.
Is that we're essentially just gonna bind these people up, throw them in a big pile, and then just put a bunch of shit in their mouths that we can from the bedding and stuff, and then just cover them in the mattresses. Just completely put them in the dark and have extra barrier of sound on top of them.
Okay. All right. So for their bindings and things, y'all have 8 prisoners.
We have 4 medium, and
Yeah.
1 small and 1 large.
We
Right.
have
Yeah, you have no large creatures here, so those manacles aren't going to be super useful.
1 set of large, 3 medium, and 1 small.
And Julian had 1 medium.
So that means you guys combined
I had
5 of these guys with manacles.
Okay.
There are 3 that you're going to have to tie up. So whoever's doing it, I want 3 survival checks.
if someone wants to help me, Julian can do it.
I will.
Also-
survival, I believe.
Which ones are getting manacles?
Not the giant. Did either of the giant motherfuckers survive?
The first
Yes.
one got knocked unconscious.
Him for sure getting manacles.
Okay. So one of the big guys is getting one of the sets of manacles. Okay.
Yep.
Or the surviving big guy is getting a set of manacles.
Correct.
All right. And then what are those survival checks?
Do I need to just roll
Roll
once
3.
or for each person? For each
3.
person?
Give me 3. Yep.
All right, a dirty 20. A 17.
All right.
And another dirty 20.
All right. Feeling pretty good.
All those were with advantage, right?
Yeah. Two of them would have been under 10 without the advantage.
All right. So, binding these guys up, also gagging them, and then burying them under a mounds of bedding.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if possible, kind of putting them in there on top of each other and kind of like locked upside down. So whenever they do wake up, they're not gonna know heads or tails. They're gonna have a headache. It's gonna be fucking weird. They can't speak. Arms are behind their back. There's other people breathing against them. Blood in their mouth. It's just gonna be an awful time.
All right. So, that all told, for getting all these guys, is probably going to take you guys like 15 minutes or so.
All right.
Kind of going through, getting these guys tied up, dragged. Like, they're limp, so you don't have to worry too much about
Yeah.
resistance.
Yeah. FYI, it's not just like binding their hands, using extra rope or whatever to get those feet too, and kind of hog time.
Okay. Y'all think we should take a quick little rest before we get the rest of them, or once we get the other ones, then we might want to take a little break?
We might need to take a breather. We'll just keep an eye on the door.
All right.
We don't know when these guys are going to wake up.
We don't know when they're gonna wake up, but I can give us a little bit of healing that, I might be able to refresh if we take a little bit of a breather if we want to try to lure in the guys at the door. Or something like that.
Looking over at Gloob.
If they wake up, it's in their best interest to play dead.
I'm saying we could already be gone, but they have woken up now, an hour or whatever sooner.
I'm a little fucked up.
Just kind of like gestures at the many stab wounds.
How hurt does everyone seem?
Julian's at half health.
Same.
So bloodied.
Not so much. I'm not looking great, but I'm not terrible.
Okay. I will go ahead and since... Well, we should probably take a break either now or after we try to deal with them other guards at the gate. It's up to y'all. I'll do a little bit of healing to get us through. Oh, that's double fucking sixes. Yes.
So is that 17 points of HP to everybody?
17 points of healing. I'll make sure that, I step away from the mound of people that are unconscious. Don't want to give them healing and have them wake up instantly.
Yeah.
Okay, so 17 points of healing to y'all, and that was 3 people, right? So
Correct.
Let me make sure I do this right for the scarf.
I believe it's half your cleric level rounded up.
Half my cleric level rounded up. Yeah, half the cleric level rounded up. So I get 4 HP back.
Woo!
Per.
Per person. I don't think you got
per person. Okay.
Yeah,
it's per person you heal.
12.
Yep.
So,
Per
that's much
affected
better than
individual.
4.
Per affected individual, per person you affect with your channel divinity, you heal for half your cleric level.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I mean, I'm a little dinked and bruised after that, but you don't think we're okay to maybe try and lure a couple of those guys down here and take them out?
We can trap him in that room. We can make it real easy.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was just going to go to one of the guys at the gate and say, hey, y'all normally have people that are drunk on the job. There's a guy in, one of in the shitter, and he's, there's something wrong with him. I don't know what's going on, but I asked one of the guys in there to give me a hand, but he said he wasn't on duty, that one of y'all guys would handle it. So when y'all give me a hand, not quite too tall type kind of situation. And when they come down here, we beat the fucking shit out of them, and eventually the other 4 will come and we'll have to deal with the same.
Alternatively, we can take care of them all at once.
Well, I'd rather take on 1 and then 4 than 5 at once. Well, that's just me.
I meant...
Just kind of makes like wiggly water fingers.
The deep thing that I do with the water and the sounds and stuff.
Well, I feel like if we could ambush them a little bit at a time, it might use less resources. But I mean, if you feel like that'll take care of them with no problem, I'm down to try
Time
it.
is also a resource.
Okay.
But we need a way to make sure they don't get out the other side of the room.
All right. I mean, I imagine if they come down here, we can have Blue, in a corner or something, and lock the door behind them when they come through or something, just up against the wall.
I was thinking of trapping them in that little guard shack chamber that we walked through with all of them sitting around.
I mean, that works fine. I don't know what the shift is around here. This place is only about half full, so there's got to be more people on duty. It's just a matter of...
Seemed like those 5 stay in that room at least.
I mean,
He quickly draws a diagram in the dirt that looks a whole lot like the picture I dropped in the chat.
I hope it don't look like the picture I'm looking at in chat right now.
Oh boy.
That's a weird thing to draw, Julie.
So you're saying that you want to do it in the foyer, or in number 1, the antechamber?
Yes, seemed like that's where they sit and wait for their front guard area.
All right.
The problem is, while we can keep them from running back out towards us, I don't know how easily they could get out due to the other side. It's locked, but if they are familiar with it, they might be able to unlock it in the dark.
DM, did we see any means of setting off an alarm or raising any type kind of thing as we came down here?
Not that you saw.
Like any bells or like weird magic buttons on the wall or anything like that?
No, not that you noticed.
Okay. No weird devices on guards' hips or anything like that?
Not that you saw.
You said that both of the doors, both coming and leaving chamber number 1, are slatted for guards to see through it, correct?
Correct.
Alright.
Do you have any spells that could hold them in place?
No, I mean, I had that. I usually kind of prepare that spell to hold folks in place, but I figured I would want to go for more of a longevity type kind of thing for tonight.
I meant something that could get them all.
No, not right now.
Gloob, do you think you could, get the keys or something like that?
Probably.
My plan hinges on them not being able to get out of that chamber. If they can just flee outside, we don't know what other routes they might have.
I could try to put them to sleep, but they seem pretty sturdy. I don't know if he'll get all of them.
Right.
Sorry for playing 20 questions. In
You're up.
chamber number 1,
Yeah.
Was the guy with the hammer like holding on to the keys?
Yeah, he
Or did
seemed
it
to like
seem
pull
like
it.
he
He
had
seemed to
something
pull it
locked
like
on?
out of his like out from like inside of his breastplate.
I mean, we can always draw one off and beat the ever-living shit out of them and then take on the rest.
I'm trying to prevent it from being a fight in the first place.
Alright. But I don't imagine someone's just going to try and take a, smoke break in the middle of tentacle death.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We can hold the door while they are handled from our side.
Right, but there were 2 doors. I mean, they could just run outside is the thing I'm saying.
That door is locked. If we can get the key, they'll be trapped inside. Or if we can take out the key holder.
Well, I mean, I imagine that's not the only pair of keys to the door.
You will note that a key had to be used for the one that was inside. The hammer guy was not the one who let himself back in from the door going towards the outside.
Oh, okay. So
That one seems a lot. Yeah, it seems like they both lock from the inside. So a key would have to be used to come in from the outside, but they could unlock it from the inside to go out.
Gotcha. I was thinking like old-timey jail door where it's a key from either side. Gotcha.
Well then. If that is the case, then your plan will probably be best.
I know we want to take out as many as possible, but if we can just get by them without having to fight right now.
We may also need their keys, though.
No, you won't.
Well, shall we go look at the other doors then?
Well, I mean, we were told that there's only going to be about 20 guards in here, and we've taken out half of them. If we can get rid of the rest of them, then we won't have to be looking over our shoulder the whole time we try to get through this place. I'm not trying to be bloodthirsty or anything. I'm just, y'all are the ones that are wanting to try and be careful and doing this thing without any loose ends.
No one's asked us questions yet. I'm saying we could conserve our resources and not get stabbed a whole bunch more if we just walk across, choose a door, and sneak into it.
Okay.
Plus, if we... Oh, go ahead.
That's just another option for us. I'm good with anything that we decide on.
If we could get my brother to a point of safety sooner rather than later, it'll be easier to take combats without risk of them hurting him retributively.
All right. Sure.
If we're doing sneaky things, I can stay back a little bit farther. And
No, I don't think we need to sneak. I mean, we're supposed to be here.
We're supposed to be in here. I don't think we're meant to be wandering around quite yet.
I mean, if we are walking down nonchalantly, saying, hey, we're making sure we know the grounds, we're going to be guarding here tomorrow. The guy at the front said it was all right. You want to go talk to him about it? And if they say, yeah, well, you get halfway down the hallway and we bonk him on the head.
okay.
All right.
I mean, I want to make sure we're doing the right thing. I just feel like we might be able to kind of bluff our way past some folks, or at least put them in a position compromising enough to where it won't be so hard to isolate them. I don't know.
Well, which door do y'all want to start with?
Beats the hell out of me.
Julian, you're the one that is from this place.
Right. Anything seem familiar to you?
I don't know, DM. Does any of that look familiar at all?
Roll a wisdom check.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Guidance.
Yeah, I'll guide you. I don't know if you can do.
Remember, Julian.
Remember
Like
who you are.
Do I get the guidance? Are we joking or are we being serious?
I'm not joking. I'll give you a
It's-
guidance if you're trying to. Do you remember anything?
It's
Not
it's
1d6 or
it,
1d4?
it's a D4. Yeah, it's a skill check. So
Oh, come back. That'll be a 16.
I thought you were gonna say that'll be a 6. I was like, and what have you done with the roll of these paper?
No, it's a 2 on the d4.
so let's actually look at it.
Only an 11 on the dice, but you know.
So just kind of thinking real hard. Trying to remember, and it's always been really muddy and everything because you never really been able to remember any details. But being back here now, this room, like the barracks in this section, like that's not familiar at all. Like you'd never been here before.
I wasn't on the clock.
Right, you weren't on the clock at that time, but that big open room with the columns and everything, you do remember that. You remember like that is where prisoners would be brought. Like subjects, the test subjects, the patients were brought from the holding area to await to be brought to either the kind of like that fighting ring as like a test, or to be brought back to be, further experimented on and things. And that like the rings and the chains were there for those that were far enough along in the process that maybe they were a little rowdy. Or maybe they couldn't, they had a tendency to like lash out, and so they would be kind of chained to those benches, or chained, like the worst ones were chained to but on the pillars, so that if they were so violent that maybe they would even attack each other, and that just kind of so that they could be kept to not harm themselves or others until they were going to be brought back to wherever they were going that day.
I'm guessing that means that one of these doors goes to the lab, one to the fighting pit, and one to holding.
Correct. And you do recall with the 16 that the single double door at the front, the other double door that's by itself, that is the one that goes to like the holding areas.
Okay. Which means the others go to the lab and the arena, but we don't know which one.
Correct.
Kind of pointing to his little sketch on the ground.
Right here, this one seems to go to the holding area.
Okay.
The other two go to where we were worked on, or had to fight, but which is still a bit muddy.
Alright. Well, we know we gotta get your brother, and we know that we need to get the doctor. So, should we try to go to the testing area first? Because your brother might be there, or he could be in holding. Do you know if the doctor usually tested late at night?
I didn't have much of a sense of time down here.
He didn't like you would remember like it wasn't like there were rest periods, so it's not he's only a man, so he couldn't work around the clock.
Right, I'm just saying like time of day and stuff.
Yeah, time of day you're not sure, but I mean, he did take breaks, so you just couldn't necessarily be 100% sure of when.
Stands to reason he sleeps like the rest of us, but I couldn't say for sure when that would be.
All right. Well,
shall we check holding first?
Yeah, sure. I was gonna say if we went to yeah, I mean, I guess if he's gonna be asleep, we can get your brother out, make sure he's okay, make sure he's safe, maybe get him a little in shape, or get him somewhere safe or out of the way or something.
The sooner he's safe, the sooner we can focus on the task without having to worry about it.
Okay. If we find him, do you know of any place that might be safe in here that we could keep him?
Unpleasant, but he could hide in the latrine.
All right, yeah, I guess that makes sense.
I don't know if they can smell things out, but that might make it harder. And
Yeah,
it's
that's a
out
good
of the
point.
way.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And, if one of the guards has to go use the restroom and they can't make it there, that'll be... I mean, that's a pretty hard thing to fight with.
Every little bit helps.
He says, laughing a little bit.
You gotta take all the edges you can get. All right. So, to them double doors then.
Do you want me to go first? Or do we want to try to sneak this through, or we're acting like we're supposed to be here?
Yeah, I mean, I say if we walk through there and someone says, "Hey, y'all aren't supposed to be here," I'm like, "Whoa, we just got here." Taking a walk on the ground.
DM.
Worst case scenario,
Yes,
they turn
sir.
us away,
Right.
thinking we're ignorant.
What is the length of the hallway from this big square area to the like sitting area?
Like where
From
those guys were
2 to
keeping
1.
guard, or
Correct. That corridor that links this big like chain room and whatever to the first room that we walked through.
all told, you figure probably about another 60 or so feet, because it was that was where it kind of like steadily sloped
So there's
downwards.
a big tunnel down. Okay.
Yeah,
I was
where-
thinking it might have been like 10
Nah.
or 15.
No,
feet.
no.
We're
Where was
not
it? Was
gonna
that
do shit.
it was that steady downward slope,
Hell yeah.
kind of going farther down.
So we could step lightly, but there's not like a huge like they're not gonna be like hearing us.
Yeah,
Maybe.
from that room, probably not.
Okay. Alright. Sick.
Do we want to take that on your map here you got, Julian? Do we want to maybe, if we got anything we can shove underneath that red door that's down to the bottom of the big room, the opposite side of where the holding pens are at, and just block it so it can't get open? Maybe we could, in case they do somehow get called, they can't leave.
We could. Something occurred to me. If we do attempt your plan, get one to come look.
Right?
Just kind of summons the bow real quick.
We might still be able to get the rest over here.
Oh, you gonna shoot them?
The shopkeeper claimed it can dominate the minds of men.
Oh, right. Yeah, you can mind control people with that thing. How many times can you do that?
Julian checks his notes, but he thinks once a day.
Is once a day, yes.
I mean, if you can do it plenty of times, then yeah, we just start popping arrows and all these some bitches.
I believe it is once.
I imagine fucking Julian just pulling out a user manual.
Yeah.
He's just like reading it. It's like etched in the fine print on the side of the bow.
Yeah.
Says once every sun up. Okay.
Must recharge overnight. Keeping cool area.
What are you looking at, smooth skin?
That's all I think about is there have been at least 24 times to where I visualize Julian and he just goes, "I'm a ghoul from Fallout." Like, fuck, no, No, he's not a ghoul. He's a shark person. Yeah, I can say, there's someone I need help getting out of the pooper and get him to come down there, but I don't know, that seems like a very valuable resource. Than just a couple of guards might be not worth it. I mean, didn't you say there was some kind of assistant or something this doctor's got? If we could use it on him or the doctor and make them scrap up with each other, that would be invaluable.
I'm not sure Mr. Adeline would survive the application process, but we can definitely keep it in the barrel.
I mean, it's your magic that you're using, so, I mean, you know how to utilize it best.
Just bringing it back to everyone's memory. Shall we take a look at the room or the hallway? Heading to the holding area.
Sure. Do you want to block this door right here, the red one on the bottom, from the antechamber guards?
Would it not raise suspicion?
I mean, yeah, it might, but...
Was that, you said that's a double door, right?
Correct.
Yep, I have it labeled as such. Huh, I was smart.
Well, I mean,
we can just manacle that one too.
We don't have manacles.
We have
the
large
large ones? Will the large ones work?
Probably so. I mean, they're still locking around like the doorknobs and stuff, so.
Just the things are.
Yeah, the issue is that if it was on a person, it would not form fit. Where it still fulfills the function of, if it tries to open, the chains will go taut.
But
okay.
Isn't number 4 the bathroom? Right outside of our.
Yeah. Number 4.
So if one of those guys have to take a leak in the next 10 minutes, they could instantly find that door down there locked. So I say.
But we got here at about 11. I mean, if they got a shift change at midnight or something like that, and they go back to their barracks, they're going to know that something's up in any case.
Hopefully it could.
Rope of climbing.
Do what?
We could use this rope that I have. Pretty strong. I mean, haven't used it too much, but.
How steep was that ramp going down this area?
It wasn't like steep, but it was a steady decline.
Okay. How far down would you say we are from the top of that?
You would figure that all told, you guys have probably gone about 20 feet underground.
Okay. So, yeah, that's not a... I was going to say, could we just get to the top and just push one of the motherfuckers down? It's just... Alright, there's an extra 4d6 we got taken care of. If he falls to the bottom of the stairs, just has 3 dudes standing over him. I know it wasn't stairs, it was a ramp, but still, I mean... Peace cleric, okay? Boot partying's kind of in my nature.
That special rope you have, Jakob. Could you perhaps instruct it to secure itself many times over? It's quite a long rope.
Yeah. It's listened to me in the past. Don't see why I would. Here, notch yourself up, and when it does that, you can see like a knot shows up 1 foot at every foot on the.
It slowly begins to do that.
Yeah.
All right. I think. So, what were you wanting to do with the rope? Just use it to secure one of the doors?
Yeah, the antechamber door. It's a pretty strong.
Yeah. The door leading to hallway B from section 2. Oh god, what have I done?
Oh my goodness, we're using all these.
This is getting very complicated. So
I
the door leading to
There we go.
the room that has the guards to the exit is my assumption, is where you're talking about. Correct?
Oh, there we go. I never hit enter on that. I was like, why can't it? There we go. Yeah.
Okay, so hallway B.
That's basic. Yep. And that's what he's wanting to do with the door handles and the rope recline.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I reckon that'll work.
Just completely layer it in a solid wall of rope.
Sure. I don't see why not. So we're blocking them off, letting them piss their pants and hoot and holler if they need to, get someone to open the door.
That's 5 we don't have to worry about for a while at least.
All right. Okay. That is if we don't need to take a break in here. I mean.
Right. Well, we can try and handle them if we need to. At that juncture.
I mean, if they come down here in the next few minutes and we hadn't come back through, shit, let's just go now. We're wasting time. Yeah. Let's just head to those double doors. We'll rope up those doors and keep going. The longer we debate about it, the closer it gets to a time they'll probably try to go through them. If we come across anyone in the hallways, we're like, hey, how's it going? Those beds are pretty nice, and we get close enough, we'll beat the shit out of them.
So, yeah, we'll go to use both the large manacle and the rope of climbing to super secure that door leading to hallway B, and then we're heading up to the holding cells after that. Is that the plan?
Yeah.
Is that what I'm gathering?
I think that's what the plan was, yeah.
Okay, so both the manacles and the rope of climbing are being used on the door leading to the guard room?
All 50 feet. We're cocooning that fucking set of handles.
Okay.
Here, hand me the rope and the manacles. I can get up to the door without them hearing me.
By all means.
Okay.
Just tell it what you want it to do.
Stay.
It does nothing.
Awesome.
That piece of shit is not doing anything.
Unknotted, it's actually 60 feet. Knotted, it's 50.
There you go. I will say...
Stop nodding yourself. Stop.
I will say, just kind of like, 60 feet of rope will probably not be possible to fit all 60 feet around those handles.
All of it that is possible.
Right. Yeah. It'll. Yeah. So that's on there.
You start. It's got 2 bar handles, so you wrap it around the bars, and then after that's wrapped around, then you wrap it around.
I'll say an important thing to note. The rope as a whole has an HP of 20 and an AC of 20.
Mm-hmm. We're trying not to let them get the chance to.
Is there a crack in between the doors so they can just?
If they manage to create one, then maybe.
But they're also
a metal door
supporting the manacles.
Okay. I say there's gonna be some give, like you could tie it, but if they're managed to like muscle it far enough forward that a gap appears, they may be able to.
Well, hopefully with the manacles keeping it in place, they won't be able to get a gap is the goal, and then the rope supporting the manacles.
These are manacles meant for a large individual, so there's a little bit of give. Those manacles probably can't hold those doors completely flush. They could hold it shut for some time, but they can't keep it completely flush because they're bigger. It's a bigger set of manacles. There's just more space for them to function. They can still function for holding it shut, but
about the best we got. So
yeah, no, it definitely very effective. I'm just saying, it's not like a 100% guarantee these guys can never get through this door. As I'm just making sure that is understood.
Yeah.
Definitely very hard to get through that door right now. So, Gloob, you're stealthing up and tying that off and all that fun stuff. Okay. And what is that? Stealther check, which you don't have to roll a survival check for the rope because it does itself. It's just very nice.
28.
20. Like a ghost. No slapping noises because of the boots. But everybody hears it in their head. They mentally hear the slap.
Cursed boots of elven kind. If you see me running, you hear it mentally.
Oh, that's fucked. Oh man. All right.
So I've manacled the door, the rope.
Yep.
I want to do the rope over the manacles to kind of protect the manacles if I can. With the rope. And then if I can, I want to do something I know there's like a gap in the door or something like that. If I can't, or the hinges, are the hinges on my side of the door?
It does open outwards, so I believe so. I believe that's
Okay.
how this would function.
If I were to take some acid that I have and pour on to sort of like pseudo weld these hinges to just make it even more difficult to break out.
Just enough to deform it, not enough to break it down.
Exactly.
I will say you could certainly try. It could do that, or it could also do the opposite. It may make it easier.
Isn't the whole door made out of metal?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you melt some of the hinges, you may, it's kind of, you're not quite sure what would happen. It may do what you want, or it may melt too much. So it could make it harder. It could make it easier to open, one way or the other.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to risk it. So I will leave it at that then.
Okay.
And come back to the party.
All right.
All right, all tied up. Did you hear anything up there?
Nope.
All right, let's get going. Like we own the place, fellas. Hop up on Brila.
Quickly over to the double door of choice. Is
Okay.
it locked?
Yes.
Tools out.
Okay.
I'll try to unlock it.
Let me check something.
Oh no, it's trapped. Ah!
No, I'm just gotta check
No,
something real
it's
quick.
arcane lock.
Gotta check something here.
Just
real
start
quick.
yelling, alarm, alarm.
Sorry, things loading really slowly.
All good.
You just hear a message in your head saying, "Who's the fuck?"
Who the fuck are you?
Well, you gotta stop fucking with this lock.
Are those 3 double doors in chamber 2? Do they also have like cutaways to see in them, or?
No, none of the double doors do.
Okay.
All the double doors are solid. All right, so yeah, go ahead and roll that thieves' tools check for me.
Sick.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah,
What is that?
hit with guidance. Yeah, so get a D4. Add a D4.
21.
21. Start working at it, and you just can't get it to budge.
Wait, Julian, you got me all nervous.
Spend a few minutes at the door that first attempt.
I will attempt again. You said that the key wasn't very fancy, right?
Not that you saw.
Sarge, you might need to give him a little bit of a boost. He seems to be struggling.
I mean, I tried to guide him as much as I can. I don't really know anything about picking locks. Not all halflings are thieves. But I'll give him guidance again for sure.
I will go stand next to the 2 doors.
The 2 sets of double doors. Okay.
25.
25. You go. He flex it, and for a second you just like, I can't fucking get this lock, and then it finally, as you think you're about to break your tools, finally clicks.
Son of a bitch. That was hard.
I don't imagine he invests in cheap locks.
Yeah, I reckon so.
You remember, you know how when you walk into the shops in Saltmarsh and they got the bell, then they go boom, bling, 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 bling. You think they have that here? Do you remember those?
Does Julian remember a ringy bell in the door being opened?
I'm pretty sure there's never been any of those in all of D&D.
Let me look and make sure. I would like to investigate the door to see if there is any sort of alarm on it.
Okay, go ahead and roll a investigation check for me.
Could you imagine just hearing a bell for Julian would have probably been one of the most terrifying things for the rest of his fucking life?
Oh no.
Probably.
Every time you
That'd be pretty
cast,
fucked.
Toll the Dead, Julian gets the frightened condition.
13.
Not that you can see.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, you know, magical bells exist because Ward had one in his shop. There was no visible bell, but something sure as fuck rang every time you walked in the door.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, well we might have an invisible one on here. But like we own
Did Julian remember any kind of ringing or tone or alarm or anything?
No. Not that you can recall. With your 16.
Here comes the fireball, boys. Gloob opens the door.
Okay.
Slowly. Julian is manifesting the bow and is like kind of holding the angle, waiting for the door to open.
So, you guys open the that door. Da, 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 da. And it leads into another much shorter hallway. This one only about 20 feet or so, but still sloping gradually downwards. A little bit of a steeper incline this time around.
Right.
But going down, and at the end of this one is a single door with holes in it. Seems to be kind of in the same fashion as the one back towards the guard post by the entrance. And that same pale blue white light kind of is shining through that from the other side. And from in spots along the tunnel, of course. All the lighting seems to be created by those same magical lights.
Like to stop the door before it closes behind us. Does this look like it is unlocked now? Like we will be able to get out? It is not relocking behind us or anything.
He says, "Curse you! I did not think of these things."
I'm just double checking. I mean, it seems unlocked.
He says,
for the moment.
This spell for the moment, yeah.
Seems locked for now.
Are you worried about it locking behind us, Glue?
I wanted to make sure.
We can just kind of put something in front of the lock.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Bart just rummages in his backpack and just has half of a water skin left, and he just drinks the rest of it real quick and goes, "Here, just stuff this in it so it won't close all the way."
Yeah, I was looking for something a little bit less obvious, but I don't think I have anything.
There's a 60-foot of rope and manacles tied around across the room. I think they're going to know something's up if they get to these doors.
Well, maybe someone coming from other doors, other guards.
Okay.
I don't have anything. That's unfortunate. Yeah, we'll just take the water skin and I will attempt to have it not showing on the other side of the door if I can.
Roll sleight of hand check.
13 plus 8 for 21.
You feel pretty good about it. It'll at the very least it won't be nearly as immediately obvious. Like maybe someone would have to come up, they wouldn't see it from a distance. They would have to come up to the door to notice that it's not shut all the way. Okay. That they're like, that door's kind of doing a little bit of this rather than being flush.
Did you say this hallway had doors branching, or was it just one door at the end?
This little hall just led towards this one door at the end.
Okay. And is it a double or single?
Single door.
And is it locked?
Do you try to open it?
Carefully and stealthily. Absolutely.
So are all of you guys sneaking at this juncture?
You said this door had slats in it, right? Can
yeah,
you see
this one. Yeah, if you can look through it, that's what I said. You can see some of that light coming through the door into this hallway.
Okay, I missed something. Look through it first, I guess.
Roll a perception check.
I'm at the top of the staircase, not making any stealth checks yet.
Yeah, so you haven't come down the hall yet?
No, I have not.
13.
I see that there are holes in the door, and no better.
Yeah, you have to do a little bit. So you can just see the very top of the door, because like I said, it's that same steady. It's actually a steeper incline. So if you're all the way at the top, you probably can't see the door from where you're at. But with a 13 peeking through, those lights are very harsh, not nice to the eyeballs. but you're looking through and you can see a wider hallway. It looks like maybe it's about 15 feet across through this door, but going down and you can see doors on either side. Going all the way down and you can see that it splits into a T at the end, like it goes down farther on either side. But with the 13, that's kind of what you can see.
So hallway, doors on either side, and at the end of it splits.
And at the end of it splits, you can see some door, like you can see the beginnings of some doors at the ends of the hallway as well. So it looks like it tees off, and that there are more doors on the T.
Quick question.
Yeah.
And hopefully this is something we could have done in the last day. Julian, did you drop the attunement on the het earpiece?
No.
No. Okay, you just took it out that night, but so you're still attuned to it. Awesome. I was about to be worrisome. I'll say, this looks like a hallway with a bunch of doors. Is this where they would be holding them? Does that sound familiar?
Does it sound familiar?
Splits off into a T at the end.
Yeah, sounds like the kind of the holding cells where you were kept while you were here.
And this one at the end of the hall is locked, correct?
Hasn't been checked yet.
I haven't checked. I'm just.
Oh, I thought
around.
that's what you were doing, was checking.
I'm just looking around first.
Okay. Does he remember?
I say vaguely, like like with the 16, like this is the area that you do have a general remembrance of, that this is like the holding room. So you remember cells and everything, that there were quite a few of you in here. Maybe not like 100% detail for detail, but yeah, that sounds right.
And so I could tell Julian, what do the doors look like that I see going down
the ones that you can see? They look like the one that you're stood in front of right now. Looks like those same metal slats, holes in the doors.
Okay. I can see they are like holding cell doors. Like we can look through them.
Right.
We are, just so I am tracking correctly. Oh, motherfucker. Come on, please. There we go. We are at the end of hallway D right now, correct?
Correct.
And looking into the big room with doors on either side.
Uh-oh. I don't know what I did, but I just X'd out of my main Skype, but I'm still in the call, which is really weird.
I've done that before. That's what I did earlier.
Very odd. Okay, but yes, you were at the end of hallway D on your little handout that you got there.
And there is a room with doors on either side at the end?
There he is. At the end of that hall, there's another single door. And on the other side of that door, there is a long hallway that tees off. And there are doors going down the sides and are also visible at the end where it tees off as well.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, this is where they held us.
I don't see any movement or anything. I will go ahead and check and see if it's locked.
It is locked.
Perfect. Wonderful. Love that for me. Hey, I don't see any movement down here. Come on.
I will sneak on up.
Okay. If anybody who's stealth, and roll a stealth check for me.
I got a 4.
Natural 20 and 16 for a total of 18 on my stealth check. Let's
So
go.
I heard an 18 for Bart. I heard a 4 for Jakob.
24
Sorry,
blue.
Bart.
24 for Gloob. So I got
24 for Julian.
Gloob 24, Julian 24,
I still can't roll a nat 20 this session.
Bart with an 18, and Jakob with a 4. Okay. So doing pretty good on the whole. Jakob seems to be having some trouble. He's kind of bumping into the walls, and it's like that scraping noise of like stone scraping across metal and stuff like that. But kind of like yanking him off of the wall, like, stop doing that shit. Multiple times. So you guys come
How
up to
many
this
doors are on either side?
With the 13, he couldn't quite. I'll say he couldn't get like an exact number. You'd have to get into the room to see.
I didn't know if he could see looking through the slats.
Yeah, that's what I say. Like looking through the slats with his perception check of 13, it doesn't have like an immediate number just off of glancing.
Gotcha.
All right. So everybody's kind of coming up, stealthing as best as they can. And what's that? These tools check.
So all the lead be with you. Bart will stay trying to cup his hand to one side away from the door.
Does guidance have verbal components?
I'm not sure. That's a good question. Before I do some dumb shit. Yeah. Verbal somatic.
Okay.
I don't think I'm getting through the door anyways.
Why is that?
I rolled low.
What's the total?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. This one doesn't seem as bad as the double doors.
Nice.
With a dirty 20, this one seems to come out. It's still a difficult lock, but this one just doesn't seem to quite have the same like resistance that the other one did. The other one just seemed like you almost had to just muscle through it. It was really weird. This one does unlock with the dirty 20.
While he's doing the lock, can I peek through and see if I see anything in there? Like if there's a guard immediately to the left or right or something like that?
Go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
Is it dark? Is it okay?
No, it is well lit.
27.
27. You look through and you don't seem to you don't seem to notice any guards right immediately on the other side. Not that you can see and not that you can hear. You do, however, after having cast your guidance, you do hear some individuals like stirring inside, especially with like all that movement, and maybe Jakob might have some of the sound from Jakob might have leaked through. You're not quite sure, but you do hear just some stirring and some like muttering and things coming from inside.
Kind of holding his hand up just a little bit.
I think it might be best if Gloob were to take a look into the cells himself without us. The residents might be a problem in and of themselves if they realize we're here.
I got a risky maneuver I can do. It takes a lot of juice to use that sending spell, but I can try and contact your brother and tell him, hey, reach your hands outside your cell, or, wiggle your fingers through one of them slats to let us know where you're at. But it's a pretty decent amount of juice that it takes, and there's always the chance that he's unconscious, or he could be overnight in the laboratory.
I think we should save your magical resources.
All right.
But I don't think we should all go traipsing through either.
He says, side-eyeing Jakob.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just because we mean them no ill will. Depending on how far gone they are, the residents may be exactly as hostile as the guards.
All right. Yeah, imagine they might get riled up pretty easy.
I'm pretty sure I saw a picture of Julian's brother in his home.
Also, Julian has my image, right?
Yes, I mean, I can refresh real quick, but yeah, also you saw, my brother had a family portrait with his wife at the house we went to.
Yeah. Okay, do you have something of his that he'll recognize so he'll know that I'm a good guy?
I don't think so, but I don't think in his position, if you said you were here with his brother to rescue him, that he would turn down the opportunity. If he's able.
Surprised. I'll go. And if I might just need to ask you about something only you and him would know about. But I'll go ahead.
Back to your piece.
Okay. So you stealthing into the room by yourself?
Yep.
Okay. So with your 24 stealth, you start to step in. You're just going up to the first door.
One by one.
All right, right or left? They seem to be across from each other.
Why is this decision so hard? Left first.
There were no doors before the fork.
No. There are doors.
Oh, okay.
They're just across from each other, going up to the T, and then you can also see doors at the T itself. So.
Okay, that's.
Yeah.
So there
There's
are
a door,
doors to
door,
check
door,
on
door.
that first
Correct.
stretch. Okay.
Doors and then doors that we can see that continue.
Right.
There's a fuck ton of people down here.
Potentially. Getting in here, it looks like, just on this first one, it looks like you're looking at about 6 doors along this first stretch of hallway on your right and left. So kind of coming up. And the thing is, it's actually kind of hard for you to stealth in here because there is light everywhere. It is pretty bright in here. This well-lit area, at the very least, it looks like they don't want anybody to, maybe any of those created with maybe more of a more stealthy purpose to use those abilities granted to them to escape. It is definitely meant to be easy to see what all is going on in here. So you're mostly kind of relying on sound, trying to just not be heard, so maybe they won't even look at the doors. Coming up and peeking in that first room, and you look off into that left-hand side, and you see a figure curled on a bunk, on like a very thin bunk that is in that back right corner. Like seems to be vaguely humanoid, like tattered clothing, similar to Julian's. Roll a perception check for me real quick.
15.
15. And you can just see from the exposed skin that you can see, you see what look like scales. Seem to be at least on the back of a back of a shoulder and like back of a bicep. From what you can see, you can see some scales on there.
You said right there on that hallway, that first straightaway, there's 6 doors, 3 on
Yeah,
either side.
on this first straightaway, 6 doors, 3 on either side.
Gotcha.
And as you see that first patient, inmate, whatever you would like to use to refer to them, that is where we'll go ahead and end tonight's session. Because it is 11:09. Good stuff.
Where? We're in here, boy.
Indeed.
So, thank you guys for joining me tonight. I hope y'all are enjoying now finally getting into this shit. We'll see how it goes. Pretty handily, for the most part, taking care of like half of the known guards at least. Like taking some damage, but I mean,
Life is hard when you're trying to be moral.
Pirate guards.
so getting rid of half of them pretty handily. Taking a little bit of damage, but considering the staggered nature of their introduction to the fight, could have gone way worse. So that was pretty good. Good stuff, fellas. Yeah. So thank you guys for joining me. Thank you to anybody who has been here at any point during the stream. Hope y'all are having a good time. I know we had somebody who had been here for the first time earlier. I hope you saw something you liked. As always, if you want to drop like a nice little follow, that's always appreciated. Or if you're over on YouTube, a nice little subscribe, it's always appreciated as well. Anyway, what we do this here every Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard. This goes to the Saltmarsh, ran by myself and played by these lovely gentlemen. But on Saturdays, we have our Across Eberron campaign, which is run by this dude right here, up in the purple square. He runs that. He's God there, Mr. Jonesy. Jonesy Slaps, Classic Jonesy. I can't remember what all your handles are, but something is Jonesy in it. You can find him on things with that. He's run by that, has some of myself and some of these other lovely fellows, as long as some other people, and it's a lot of fun. We are also we're in a much worse situation in that game. It's bad. There's lots of not good going on, but also some pirates and zombies and necromancers and things. So it's a good time. But that's it. 5 p.m. on Saturdays, Eastern Standard. So come see that. And as we head out of here, we're gonna raid somebody. We'll do some our friends over here at a Dice Cream Sandwich, because I like their name. I feel like I picked them in like inordinate amount of times just for that. They do TTRPG things, so show them some love. And also one last shout out to the charity drive for the International Medical Corps. There's a link there. Donate to that. It's a good cause. I encourage you to do it. But yeah, until next time, bye!
Bye.
Woo!
Oh boy.